I saw my first vampire when I was 14 years old. It's not something that leaves your mind, even when you try to fill it up with good things instead. It happened at an arcade. Dad had brought me there to show me some retro games he used to play with his cousins. I was winning, about to set a high score, when I heard the screams. They were blood-curdling. I looked at my dad. My heart had dropped somewhere into my stomach. He was pale. He was as scared as I was. We knew what those screams could mean. We saw every morning on the news a new face, someone who had turned and killed, or someone who had been killed by a vampire. Dad didn't wait to see who it was. He grabbed my shoulders and guided me straight to the exit. I shouldn't have looked back. When I did, I saw a picture that branded itself into my brain forever. The kid was cute, blonde with big blue eyes, little overalls. He was clamping his teeth into his young mother's breast, sucking furiously as she shrieked in pain. The nursing cloth that used to provide privacy was now spattered with blood and lay idle on the floor. It's something I noticed as Dad rushed me out. I don't know what happened to the mother. All I knew was that she would never see her baby again. Not after the cops showed and took it to rehab. Everybody knows, once you try human blood, you can't ever stop. It's why young mothers are warned to stop breastfeeding as soon as the babies develop teeth. Dad said it was rare for this to happen, that it was likely she already had a scab or a small cut, and the baby had bitten after the initial taste. He gave a small seminar about her stupidity, not paying attention like that. I thought that it was pointless to criticize her. Her baby was gone. She had learned her lesson, and so had I. I would never breastfeed in my entire life. I was paranoid for a long time. I refused to floss, despite knowing it was impossible to turn with my own blood. I wouldn't share chapstick or kitchen utensils. I lived in constant anxiety and fear. Then, one night, my worst nightmare came to reality. I was walking home when I saw a man rapidly approaching from across the street. His mouth and chin were covered in dark blood. Fresh. I froze in fear. I couldn't move a muscle. Something clicked when I saw he was wielding a small knife, tipped with blood. I can't die. Not like this. I ran, with energy and speed I hadn't thought possible. While running, I tried to think of what to do, how to protect myself. I scanned the area in front of me and located a trash can on the corner of the street. Litter surrounded the bottom. I saw the top of a glass bottle peeking out the top. I ran as fast as I could toward the trash. When I arrived at the bin, I speedily grabbed the bottle out, scanning it first for traces of blood, due to years of paranoid habit. I closed my eyes when I smashed the bottle down on the curb, creating a makeshift knife. I did all this in the 10 seconds it took for him to reach me. I didn't let him make the first move. I was aware it was my life or his. I aimed for his throat. my heart pounding in my ears. I screamed when I stabbed him. I was still screaming as blood gushed out of his neck. He tried to stop the blood with his hands, clutching the hole in his neck. In doing so, he dropped his knife, which clattered onto the road. He faltered, gasping for air. After I stabbed him, I wanted to run. I mentally commanded my body to move as he bled out. But I was frozen. He looked at me with desperation and despair in his eyes. Even in my intense fear, for a moment I felt pity for him. Then, with the speed of a striking snake, his hand left his bleeding wound, and he grabbed my hair. He pulled so hard I yelled in pain. When I did, he stuck his fingers in my mouth. I couldn't process what had just happened before I felt it. The most amazing feeling. It was like every worry was melted away. I was calm, floating up and up and up, till I went from happy to ecstatic, to a place where I felt like I was dreaming. This happened in 20 seconds, but it felt like time had frozen. When I came to, the man was lying on the street. Blood was still oozing out, but the animation had left his eyes. He was smiling. I knew why. He had chosen to do a noble thing in death. He had opened my eyes. Something I had been running from my whole life was something I should have been chasing. I now couldn't imagine life without another taste, as many as I could get. I knew I needed to run before anyone saw me and the cops came and took me away. But I had to take some with me. I took off my jacket and saturated a sleeve in the blood coming from his neck. As I did, I made sure that the sleeve didn't touch the road. I was going to drink every drop. And who knows what germs could be on the street. I wrapped the sleeve with the rest of the jacket and ran in the direction of my home, holding tightly to my new-found treasure. As I ran, I wanted so badly to try another drop, but I knew I would black out and didn't know for how long. As I gasped deep breaths of the chilly autumn air, it registered. I killed someone. I shook the thought out of my head. It was self-defense, and I had a whole new life now. When I got home, I squeezed all I could from the sleeve and stored it best I could manage. Life has been somewhat surreal since then. Every day is stretched out endlessly now. I'm timeless. The blood is going bad. Pretty soon I'll run out. It doesn't matter. I'm free. I'll live eons in days. I'm timeless. My grandmother, when she was alive, lived on an old farm on the side of a hill in a remote village in northern Sweden, right next to a beautiful lake, surrounded by mountains. Whenever we were there, We would spend all day swimming or fishing for perch and crayfish. Grandmother was, however, always very assertive that we must never go out on the lake during the night, though she never gave us any reason. I always assumed she was worried that something would happen while no one was around to help. Of course, time passes, and last year, so did my grandmother. My grandfather died when I was very young, so my grandmother's passing left the house empty, and neither my mother nor any of her siblings were interested in moving out to the middle of nowhere. I, on the other hand, work remotely most of the time, and even though I don't really expect to work the land, the solitude sounded quite appealing. Along with the house itself, I inherited furniture, a tractor, some old farming equipment, and, of course, the small wooden rowing boat we would use whenever we were visiting. I have a single neighbor, a strange old man named Lennart, who lives in a small cottage further up the hill across the road from me. He mostly likes to keep to himself, but I have offered him to let him use the boat if he wants to do some fishing and to help out with clearing snow during the winter. One night, after I had finally settled in and was mostly unpacked, I stood by the window in my bedroom, looking out over the lake. The moon was peeking out over the mountain opposite and cast a beautiful glow on the still water. Suddenly, I was reminded of my grandmother's warnings to not go out on the lake during the night. Curiosity got the better of me, and I made my way down to the boathouse. As I made my way down to the lake, I heard footsteps and a voice calling out behind me. Startled, I turned around to see Lennart. He seemed flustered and asked me, almost accusingly, why I was going down to the boathouse at this hour. Confused, and a little annoyed at his sudden intrusion, I told him that I felt like taking the boat out for a little midnight trip, since this was such a beautiful night. He insisted that going out on the lake during the night was unsafe, had my grandmother not warned me. In hindsight, I feel extremely childish about this, but his insistence just made me more motivated. I told him that I was fully aware of the risks of taking the boat out at night, but that I was a grown adult and capable of making my own decisions. Lennart grumbled, and I could tell he was still very agitated, but he relented and with a grunt and a dismissive wave, started making his way back up the hill. I pushed my boat out on the water and jumped in. The water was very still, and the combination of the moonlight and almost complete absence of any sounds made for an incredibly soothing experience. I settled around the middle of the lake, perhaps 300 meters from the shore. At this point, I could see most of the houses in the village and the neighboring village. Looking over toward my house, I suddenly realized that Lennart's cottage was entirely dark. He usually had some lights on in the windows, so that was certainly odd, but I could only assume that he had blown a fuse. Around me, the stillness of the water was disturbed by bubbles. Before I knew it, the water was filled with frenzied activity, and with a lurch, the boat suddenly started moving back toward the shore. I was moving significantly faster than my rowing had taken me out onto the lake, and I was holding on for dear life. I worried I would crash into the boathouse, but whatever pushed my boat along navigated it safely back to the spot where I would normally keep it moored, and it slid softly back onto land. I stood up, scared and confused, looking around. 3 dark and bloated silhouettes emerged from the water. In the moonlight, they looked almost like soldiers in ghillie suits, but they clearly wore no diving equipment. They approached swiftly and grabbed me. The creatures smelled vaguely of fish and decaying vegetation, and they spoke in a language I could not comprehend. I managed to make out a single word that was repeated multiple times. Murmulgard. They dragged me inside the boathouse. One of them looked me dead into the eyes and covered my mouth, as it made a gargled hushing sound. Its face was clearly not human, with bulging eyes without eyelids, 2 slits in place of a nose, and no visible ears. I realized it was in fact not wearing anything. However, its leathery dark brown skin seemed to mimic the appearance of decaying leaves. Of course, I was scared nearly out of my mind at this point, but for some reason I didn't attempt to flee. The creatures seemed almost as scared as I was, so I complied and kept quiet. They turned off the lights and settled down around me. We waited in there for what felt like an eternity, but was most likely only a couple of minutes. The silence outside was suddenly broken by a loud splash and the sound of wood splintering. I could hear that something was emerging from the lake, followed by heavy, damp footsteps. From what I could tell, it seemed to be moving up the hill as the footsteps were getting more and more distant. As I sat in that boathouse, my senses turned to max by all of the adrenaline coursing through my body. The sounds of breaking glass and splintering wood reached us. Eventually, the footsteps returned, and whatever had come after us out of the lake made its way back into the water. A couple of minutes later, the 3 creatures that brought me into the boathouse quietly exchanged a few words. The one that had hushed me earlier gestured that I was free to leave, and then they left. I could hear them going back into the water. I fell back against the wall and slid down to the floor as my adrenaline abated and the fear truly set in. I didn't move from that spot until the following morning. My house looked like a crime scene. The front door, along with its frame, had been torn out of the wall and lay several meters away on my lawn. Most of my windows and furniture were in pieces, and pools of water dotted the floor throughout the house. Lennart clearly knew more about the creatures that live in the lake. I resented that he hadn't been more forceful in stopping me from going out with the boat. However, logically I knew I wouldn't have believed him if he had started going on about monsters. And what was he supposed to do? Nevertheless, I marched over to his cottage and banged on the door until he eventually opened it. He seemed both surprised and relieved that I was standing there, and he offered me a cup of coffee and an explanation. The lake is inhabited by a creature known as Murmulgard, and creatures known as the Vatnora. Generally, they live together in peace, but they have very different opinions on us humans. Lennart and my grandmother used to spend time with the Vatnora, and they understood some of their language. Their word for human roughly translates as foolish ones. They say that humanity are not mature, and they mostly settle with observing us. Mermelgard is an ancient creature that sleeps during the day and hunts at night. He is resentful of humanity for settling around his lake, eating his fish, and disturbing the darkness of the night with artificial lights. I still live in my grandmother's old house. Lennart has promised to introduce me to the Vatnora in their own time. I feel an obligation to thank them and to protect others from Mermelgard. I will never go out on the lake during the night again, but I feel strangely safe to do so during the day. Jesus Christ, you look pathetic, man. My co-worker, his baggy eyes sinking down like a bloodhound, couldn't contain his snort as he swung the plastic swinging door open for me. I scowled at him with as much hatred as I could muster. Shut up, asshole. I shoved past him, squeezing between his slouching form and the shelves of electronic cigarettes contained in their bright fluorescent boxes, screaming out, "Sour Raspberry Crush" and "Cotton Candy" at whoever's eyes inevitably drifted to their section behind the register. The truth was, he was right. I looked pathetic. I felt it too. I felt like a slug stuck to the bottom of God's shoe. I slammed my bag down on the counter, careful not to bump my cast against anything. I had already made that mistake of carelessness, and paid the price heavily. Zeke held his hands up in surrender, his Cheeto-stained fingertips glowing faintly orange in the fluorescent lighting. My bad, dude. I knew it was rough. I just didn't know how rough. You look like an injury lawsuit billboard. I waved him off, pretending I couldn't be bothered to turn my head to look at him, ignoring the reality that my neck brace physically wouldn't allow it. Just go. Get out of here. Zeke yawned and slung his jacket over his shoulder. Don't have to tell me twice. See ya. I watched him circle around to the break room to leave out the back door, pulling our metal stool up to the register with my ankle. I couldn't be mad at him for pointing out how pathetic I looked, because it was true. Just how I couldn't judge his dark eye bags when I imagined mine looked 10 times worse. Sometimes I felt like there was a hierarchy in the convenience store, a power struggle. Zeke worked from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., and I stepped in to take the torch until 6. Sometimes, when I was especially displeased with the night shift, I imagined him as a fat king, eating grapes and drinking wine from the bottle at home. It was more likely that he played Call of Duty and took bong rips until he passed out, knowing him. I always convinced myself I liked being alone. But every night, the second Zeke left, it felt like reality began to fade. A gas station convenience store at night was like a portal, like some spot between dimensions. Half there, half not. It felt like being in a school during summer vacation, or visiting a completely empty water park. Slightly wrong. I sat for a while, just watching out the window, until I couldn't stand the encroaching boredom. When that happened, I slipped my headphones over my ears and shuffled to the fridges in the back, cracking open a Red Bull and getting started on my nightly menial tasks. I had just finished sweeping the floors when the bell on the door jingled, signaling my first customer of the night. I shrugged my headphones to rest awkwardly around my neck brace, calling out a greeting. It turned out to be a very tired-looking woman, who swayed in place and smiled sleepily at me when I joined her at the counter. "Hey," she said. "Can you put $30 on 4? Sure thing." She handed me a 20 and 2 5s. I could feel her looking me up and down, but I ignored it as I rung her up. "What happened to you, if you don't mind me asking?" she said finally, as if she'd mustered up the courage. She pulled the hood of her sweatshirt up over her greasy hair, as if she had to hide after giving in to her curiosity. I waved her off like I had Zeke, struggling to keep the polite smile on my face. "I'm fine. Just an accident." Once the woman left, and I had watched her dinky Chevy Cruze peel off down the road, I pushed my headphones back up and cranked up the Joy Division playing from my phone. I didn't feel like finishing the sweeping. I checked the time, 12:05, and sighed loudly. I wondered if I could get away with sneaking to the back to take a quick nap, but I knew my boss would check the security cameras, and then she would have my ass. I unwrapped a chocolate bar from next to the cash register, making a mental note of how much I owed the till so far. I gave a knowing look to the camera in the corner, pointing to the candy like, "I know, I'll pay it." I popped the entire second half into my mouth, feeling it melt on my tongue, and crumpled the wrapper in a half moon around my index finger. I stared at it for a while, feeling strangely guilty. It was funny how many hours I worked, just to end up fat and broke anyways. And it was because, during the night shift, there was nothing to do but eat. I did a few more tasks before retreating back behind the counter, and I was beginning to drift off with my head in my arms when a strange feeling washed over me. Something felt off. An odd, hot chill crept up the back of my neck, and I felt suddenly, violently frustrated that I couldn't scratch it. I felt like I was being watched. When I looked up, there was a man in front of me. I nearly toppled backwards off my stool, and my arm and head ached sympathetically at the mere concept of falling on them. The man didn't say anything. He just stood in front of me, smiling at me. He had brown hair, neatly moosed back, and clear, if not slightly pale, skin. I would have guessed he was about 45, but I couldn't tell for certain. The first thing I noticed was that smile, which stretched across his face a little too widely for, I checked the time again, 2:36 a.m., and displayed his sparkling white teeth. The second thing I noticed was his eyes. I couldn't quite tell what color they were, because they were enveloped by his pupils. One pupil appeared larger than the other, but they were both too big. I immediately wondered if he was on something, although his crisp suit suggested otherwise. "Good evening," I said, slightly choking on the words, quickly taking off my headphones. I'm sorry. How long were you standing there?" He didn't answer my question. He just placed a few things down on the counter. 2 bottles of vodka, those 90 proof ones with a million different flavors, and a tuna sandwich wrapped up in plastic. Then he pointed. At first, I thought he was pointing at me, and my blood went cold. But then I followed his gaze to the shelves of cigarettes behind me. American spirits, he said. His voice was crisp and clear, just like his suit. Please. I swallowed. Something about him deeply unnerved me. He had the demeanor and gait of a plastic surgeon, someone a little out of touch with reality, someone with a little too much work done. Why was he at a gas station in the middle of nowhere, this early in the morning, in such a nice suit? I swore I had been gazing sleepily out the windows at the empty parking lot moments before. Why hadn't I seen him get here? Good choice, I mumbled, glancing at him nervously as I reached for the cigarettes behind me. I didn't want to turn my back to him for some reason. Those are my favorites. He nodded, his smile growing a tiny bit bigger. I rung him up as quickly as I could. $24, please. He dug in his pocket and then handed over the money in cash. When I took it, I noticed a slight dark red tint under his fingernails. I followed his hands with my eyes up to his neck, where he scratched at somewhere his collar concealed. When his hand moved, I saw more red, staining the white fabric in a few tiny splotches. Hey, man. Are you alright? I asked reluctantly. Are you hurt or something? You need me to call someone? The man's smile didn't falter, but he mouthed something very quickly. Almost like he was trying to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. I could hear the faint sound of a whisper. I squinted at his lips and leaned closer, trying to make out what it could be. Do I seem happy to you? He spoke so abruptly, and I was focusing so intently on his mouth that I nearly jumped again. What? Would you think that my life is good, and will remain good? I looked him over. Nice clothes, big smile. He looked successful, but I didn't know about happy. Sure. He stared at me for another few seconds. His pupils seemed to contract a little, and his eyes bore into me. However, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't look away. Take care of yourself, he said cheerfully, and then he gathered up his purchases and he left. After that, I felt shaky. I didn't want to stay there at the counter, in case he came back, so I slinked out back, clumsily putting on my jacket with one arm and feeling for my box of American spirits. It took me an embarrassingly long amount of time to light up, my body awkwardly leaning against the wall, and my knobby knees crammed against my chest. I couldn't wait to get my cast off. As I smoked and tried to calm down, I found myself staring straight ahead, into the dark woods that surrounded the gas station. The trees towered over me, completely still, except for the slight sway caused by the chilling breeze that hummed through the air. In those trees, I could make out a strange shape, one that moved a little differently from the other foliage. It almost looked like a person. When I finally got home at 6:30, I was so relieved I almost cried. I slumped back on my bed, watching the dim sunlight start to creep through my bedroom blinds. That was another con of the night shift. I didn't get to sleep until it was bright outside. I rolled onto my good side, taking my phone out of my pocket and scrolling through a few notifications from my friends that I had ignored under the guise of being at work. I knew it didn't fool them. Being at work had never stopped me from texting them back before, but they couldn't say anything about it. I just wasn't ready yet. Hey, sorry, home now. Going to bed. Good night. I tossed my phone on a pile of dirty laundry after I hit send, and gingerly laid my head on my pillow. I thought I wasn't even tired. I would just close my eyes for a second. But when I opened them, it was already golden hour, and my stomach was grumbling. I sighed, and scrubbed at my face with my clammy palms. It was so depressing to sleep all day sometimes. I clumsily shoved an off-brand frozen pizza into the toaster oven with my non-broken hand. I ate it in a few bites, badly burning my mouth. Took a shower, sat down at my computer for what felt like a second, and before I knew it, it was time for work again. The drive to work always felt sort of eerie to me. By the time I had gotten into my car, it had begun to rain, and my puny old windshield wipers struggled to keep up with the heavy downpour. I really did work in the middle of nowhere. It was about a 15-minute drive away from my studio apartment, and I lived on the edge of town as it was. The road was gravelly and crowded by trees. So crowded I always began to feel very claustrophobic for a while, right before it opened up into the grove where the gas station waited. If you kept driving, it would be another hour until you reached anything substantial. Anything besides another gas station or dilapidated sheds. It made me think of the man from the night before. Where had he been going? I pulled in next to Zeke's car, and I ran inside with my good arm sheltering my hair the entire way. "Hey," I called out as I shoved open the swinging door. The bell jingled cheerfully to greet me. "Man, it's really coming down." Zeke wasn't behind the counter. There was no response for a moment, and I began to feel uneasy. But then he called out from the back, and I sighed in relief. "I know." He came out, carrying a cardboard box in his arms. "It's bullshit. I hate the rain." I squeezed the rain out of my hair carefully, and was suddenly infuriatingly aware of the mind-numbing itchiness of the water trapped between my skin and my neck brace. "Hey." I slipped in behind the counter, and he set the box down next to me. It read "Snacks" on the side in fresh black Sharpie. "Did you see anyone weird today?" He gave me a suspicious look, shrugging on his hoodie. Not any weirder than usual." "Oh, okay." I swallowed and picked at the skin around my nails. "Was just wondering. Last night there was this weird guy." Zeke checked his phone, not really paying attention. "That's so weird. I gotta go. Tell me about it tomorrow." I rolled my eyes and nodded. "Okay, whatever. See ya." "See ya." Like the night before, I didn't realize how lonely it was until he was gone. But unlike the night before, now I felt like I had a reason to feel strange. I listened to the rain come down against the roof and tried to hone in on my work, lugging the box of snacks over to the shelves to restock. There were a few customers who came and went like always, and between catering to them and immersing myself in tasks and my cranked up music, I almost forgot all about the strange man. Things felt normal again, and I was just an employee working in a convenience store, as I always had been. That was until 2 o'clock came round again. At 2, it finally stopped raining, and the sudden silence began to make me feel unsettled. At 2:15, I took my smoke break, and when I came back inside around 2:30, something felt different. I hung up my damp jacket, taking my sweet time with it. I didn't want to go back out there yet. When I finally decided to suck it up, and I peered around the door frame of the break room, he was there, standing in front of the counter, staring. I bit down hard on the inside of my cheek and tasted blood. "Hello," I called out, walking over to the register. "Good evening. Back again?" He didn't say anything. I hadn't really expected him to. His smile seemed more shrunken than the night before, and so did his pupils. His skin looked a little less clear, a little more grey. His suit seemed disheveled, although I couldn't quite put my finger on why. And this time I could clearly see a spot of blood soaking through his collar. He scratched at it every few seconds, his hand lingering there, almost like he was trying to hide it from me. He was sort of hunched over now, as if he was in pain. He had placed the same items on the counter as the night before. 2 tiny bottles of vodka, 1 tuna sandwich. "American spirits, please," he said finally, his voice slightly scratchy. It sounded like the feeling of skinning your knee. I pressed my lips together and retrieved them for him. "What are you up to tonight?" I had to ask. I had to know. He made me so deeply uncomfortable that it circled around to twisted curiosity. The man laughed, but it didn't quite sound like a laugh. It sounded more like a cry. He took out 24 crumpled up dollars and placed them in front of me on the counter. "There are bad people out there," he told me, staring at me. I blinked a few times and nodded. "You're right." My voice broke a little. I couldn't help it. He gave me the creeps. The man seemed to like this answer. He took what he'd brought and smiled at me widely again. It almost looked painful to smile that wide. "Take care of yourself." It took me a moment to process that he was leaving. When he finally did, I rushed around the counter and to the door, wanting to see where he went, what he drove. Something. I saw nothing. No trace. I cursed under my breath and sprinted as quickly as I could to the back room. I crouched in front of the big boxy work computer, typing in my password and signing into the security live cam. Rapidly I flipped through them, searching for any that would have him on them. When I finally found one, I had to go back because I almost missed it. The man wasn't getting into a car, or even showing any signs of having one at all. He was walking straight back into the forest, his gait still strangely stiff and plastic. As soon as I saw him disappear between the trees, I turned off the computer and stared at my reflection in the black screen, unsure of what to think at all. "I'll work double hours," I mumbled, my face growing hot from my very apparent desperation. I hated to beg, or to ask for anything at all, really, but I felt that it was necessary. I was on my last straw. Jody signed a piece of paper aggressively, as if she were trying to rip through it with the tip of her pen, and then brought the back end to her lips. Her unwashed hair, frizzy from application upon application of box black hair dye, was tied back in a ponytail, which made her look like she'd gotten work done. Maybe that was the intention. "Noah." She said it in a long breath, like my name was just the byproduct of an exasperated sigh. She rubbed at her temples. "You know I would love to help you, honey, but this is what you signed up for. Besides, I can't afford to pay you overtime." I just didn't want to spend another night waiting, wondering if that terrifying man was going to show up. My anxiety would kill me. I couldn't rest when I was at home either. His smile appeared in my dreams. It haunted me. Still, I hadn't expected her to say yes. She never did. I had taken this job because I desperately needed it, not for convenience. And she knew it. She knew she had all of the control. My boss stood up, surveying the break room as if it was simply an act of habit. "I'm sorry I can't change your schedule, Noah." She smiled sympathetically, in a way that was both saccharine and stiff. "Maybe ask me again in the future. Can you make sure to mop during your shifts? It's looking a little grimy in here." I didn't tell her about the man. I didn't see the point. She would just give me the same fake, sad smile and pat my shoulder. She would just tell me I was a little too old to believe in ghosts, and I couldn't possibly argue with that. I knew what time he would come. 2:36 a.m. exactly. It was always 2:36. At 1, I realized I hadn't seen any other customers since the day before. It wasn't like we bustled in the early hours of the morning, but there were always some. Some drunks, some stoners, some late-night road trippers, some homeless people. I couldn't remember the last time I saw 0 customers during a shift. At 2, my arms began to prickle with goosebumps. I tried not to stare out the window, not sure I wanted to see him coming at this point. But my curiosity got the better of me. At 2:30, I saw something emerge from the trees. It was man-shaped, but hunched over, as if he had a particularly bad case of scoliosis. As if his very spine had been bent like a green twig over someone's knee. I knew it was him immediately. I watched him shuffle across the parking lot, one hand gripping my phone in my pocket so tightly, with my good hand, that I knew my knuckles had to be a splotchy mess of white and red. and I knew they would ache when I finally let go. After what felt like years, the door finally swung open. The bell sounded slightly wrong, like it was just barely off pitch when it jingled. The man moved slowly, whether out of struggle or to torture me, I couldn't tell. His breath came out hitched and raspy, and in his hands he clutched a wad of cash as well as a slip of paper. I stared at it, but couldn't figure out what it was. "Why are you here?" I asked, against my better judgment, as he collected the things he always got. 2 bottles of vodka and a tuna sandwich from the fridge. The man didn't answer, but I watched him begin to unfurl, clutching his purchases in his gnarled hands. He smiled at me as he walked towards the counter, his spine cracking and popping loudly as he stood up straighter. It was a disgusting, gruesome sound. When he stood up, I could see that his suit hardly looked like a suit anymore. It was very nearly torn to shreds, blood soaking through his white shirt in several places. I was frozen. I felt like I couldn't physically move, even if I was mentally able to tell my body what to do. I just stared at him as he slid his items towards me.
"American spirits, please."
I was finally able to back away, reaching behind me blindly for the pack of cigarettes. I didn't know what to do. I just wanted him to leave. His eyes bore into me, his pupils now as small as pinpricks, and shuddering wildly like flies swimming across the whites of his eyes. "Really stocking up on these, huh?" I asked, my voice coming out weak. I didn't know what else to say.
"Yes,"
he rasped, his smile revealing his bright red gums and long yellow teeth.
"But I'll never smoke them. I can't."
He handed me the money. I took it, my hand shaking uncontrollably. The man then slowly held out the other piece of paper, turning it over so I could see it. The fluorescent lights buzzed loudly in my ears, making it impossible to think. It was a photograph of 2 children, both with brown hair, gripping each other under a tree. A girl and a boy. Both were maybe around 6 or 7. Their faces were frozen in a laugh, the kind of laugh that only children can do, with their eyes scrunched up and their mouths open wide to the sky. I looked back at the man, unsure of why he was showing me this. He was still staring at me.
"Do they look happy?"
I swallowed. My mouth was suddenly incredibly dry. I felt like I might suffocate. "Yeah," I muttered. All I could get out was a mutter. They do." The man's smile faded, just a little bit, and just for a second. But I caught it. I could do nothing but catch it. He mouthed something very quickly, but this time I caught that too. They could have been. I felt like I might throw up. I just watched in horror, unable to do anything as he reached out and took my working hand, his dirty, blood-stained palm brushing against mine. I watched as he slowly bent every finger but my index. He stared into my face as he wrapped the photograph of the 2 children around my finger in a half moon.
I know why you don't recognize me,
he said. I couldn't look up at him, couldn't look away from my hand. I thought about pulling away. I thought about running, locking myself in the break room, calling someone, dialing 911. Would the police even help with this? What would the police even help with in this situation? What could they do? A foreboding sense of hopelessness washed over my entire body. I should call someone. I don't know if he said that or if it was a thought. It bounced around in my head, a deafening whisper. I looked up at him. He wasn't smiling anymore, and his mouth wasn't moving.
I should call someone.
Get out of my head, I tried to say, but no words came out. I could only mouth it. I should call someone.
I should call someone.
I should call someone. I should call someone.
I should call someone. They could have been.
I should call someone. They could have been. I didn't go back to work after that. I left in the middle of the night and drove home, completely numb and barely even conscious. I lay in my bed for what was probably days, with my curtains drawn. I ignored the calls from my boss, from Zeke, from my friends. I knew I was fired. I knew I was destroying my own life. But it somehow felt better than the alternative of seeing that man again. I didn't care anymore. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't get him out of my head. When I was able to sleep, I dreamed of a time when I was a kid. I couldn't get him out of my head. When I was able to sleep, I dreamed of a time when I was a kid. I had been skateboarding down the hill next to my house. It was that sweet spot period where I hadn't injured myself enough yet to be scared of things, so careening down an asphalt death slope only had my heart racing in excitement. But that was about to change. At the last second, a neighbor's dog, a little terrier, ran out in front of me. I remember it so vividly. There wasn't nearly enough time to stop or get out of the way, and I collided with the little creature at an extremely high speed. I remember skidding across the pavement, my knees and the palms of my hands torn to shreds. I knew the dog hadn't survived immediately. I could just feel it. I was so sad for the dog, but I was also angry because I was hurt, and I was scared of facing the consequences of coming clean. So I didn't tell anyone. Ever. In reality, it had nearly died instantly. In my dreams, though, the dog is still alive, but barely. Its face is bloody and ripped apart by the wheels of my skateboard, and it has a voice, raspy and barely there.
I know why you don't recognize me, looking like this.
I woke up one night to something loud. I sat up quickly and cried out at the deep stabbing pain in my neck. It sounded like metal grinding and gasoline spilling onto pavement. I could smell the smoke, thick, hot, and poisonous in my nostrils, and filling up my lungs. And then, faintly in the distance, I could swear I heard a voice. I knew exactly who it was. I left my room as if I was still dreaming. It wasn't that I wanted to. I just knew there was no real choice. There was no avoiding what waited for me. It felt weird to open the front door after so long, like opening a portal to a forgotten world. And as soon as I did, I saw him. There was no metal, no gasoline, just the man. He lay in front of my door. His body horrifically twisted and crumpled into an empty half-moon shape, like the wrapper of my chocolate bar. He wasn't wearing his suit. He wasn't smiling. He was wearing what looked like used to be pajamas, but now could barely even do the job of concealing his flesh. At where his shoulder met his throat, a yellowish white bone protruded out of him, gushing blood onto my doorstep. His face was unrecognizable from how it had looked in the convenience store.
I know why you don't recognize me.
He looked up at me, but only with his eyes. The rest of his body was still, except for an occasional twitch. His lips parted, and he began to try and speak. All he could do was mouth the words, "Help me." I knelt down in front of him, tears springing to my eyes, and then streaming down my cheeks. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I'm so sorry. I should have called someone." I got up, and I walked to my car. I drove all the way to where it happened, to that claustrophobic part of the road, in silence, my hands shaking against the steering wheel. Now I'm sitting here, next to the tree that man's car had wrapped around. It's bent and cracked down the middle, and there's a hint of rubber and dried blood still on the pavement. But other than that, there's no evidence of what happened here a couple of weeks ago. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to tell them everything. I'll tell them about the night it happened, how my friends had been messaging me all day, begging me to skip work and meet them at the bar, and how I had felt so isolated recently working the night shift. I'll tell them how I offered Zeke $100 to cover my shift, and he'd agreed, because he didn't have anything better to do, and how I'd been drinking at work that day, not wanting to front the cost of buying watered-down drinks at the bar. I'll tell the police how I left before Zeke even got there, because I knew he'd be able to tell I was tipsy. Right at 2:36 a.m. How I picked out 2 little bottles of flavored vodka to sneak in, and a tuna sandwich to hopefully soak up some of the alcohol before my drive, which I didn't actually plan on eating. I just wanted to feel morally just. The fresh pack of American spirits I shoved in my back pocket before tucking $24 into the till. I'll tell them about how I knew I wasn't driving great, and I was going too fast, but I didn't want to slow down. I'll tell them about seeing the car coming in the opposite lane, the headlights making me squint, right at the most narrow part of the road, and how I swerved into their lane. I'll tell the police about swerving back out of his lane right at the last second, and slamming on my brakes, nicking a tree. The airbags deploying, the cracking sound and the deep, excruciating pain in my neck and my right arm. I'll tell them about getting out of my car and witnessing what I'd caused, and how I immediately threw up on the side of the road. His car had been completely crushed around a tree after he'd spun out of control trying to avoid me, crumpled into a half-moon shape. I could hear him breathing, a horrible raspy sound. I crept over to the driver's door, and there he was, all blood and bone and glazed over eyes. I should call someone, I thought, but fear had swallowed me whole. My life would be destroyed. I was a drunk driver. I had ended someone's life. It was all my fault. I didn't know if he had kids, if he was married or alone. Maybe he was a bad person, I tried to tell myself, and I had done the world a favor. Why was he out so late anyways? But no matter what I told myself, I knew what this was. I was a murderer, and I couldn't face that. I'll tell the police how I watched him die. I waited until he took his last breath, my fingers wrapped tightly around my phone in my pocket, and then I drove away. I'm about to report myself. I just wanted to put this out there, so someone could hear this story, and maybe think harder about their decisions. Everyone wants to say they know exactly what they'd do in a bad situation, how they'd handle it. But I know firsthand that isn't true. Everyone is a coward. I hope when I'm locked away, he's at peace. I hope his children live long, happy lives. I'm sorry. The gentle hum of the air conditioning overhead looped the same sound I had been hearing for the past 4 hours. The same sound I hear every workday, usually 5 days a week. Working in a quiet garden center isn't bad. I'm not going to complain about things not being busy if the pay is the same. But it does get boring. It's a little busier in the summer months, but outside of that, I'm surprised the place even bothers staying open. The boss has a strict no phones policy outside of breaks, so if there's nothing else to be done, I often find myself just standing at the cash register, listening to the familiar, gentle hum. Letting it hum as my mind hums with it, symphonizing our repetitive existence. I enter the building at 8 a.m. and leave at 4 p.m. Between those hours, I am simply waiting. Just waiting for the workday to be over. The humming continues. Despite the dull atmosphere in a store where almost nothing was moving, I still failed to notice the customer approach me until she spoke to me. I wondered if she thought I was possessed, or asleep, or dead. It certainly isn't normal for someone to be so distracted, with so little going on. Then again, the things she said to me weren't quite normal either. "Hello." Her voice made me jolt just a little, as my eyes focused onto her. She was holding a small wishing well that we sell. It's a small wooden one, and goes about up to your knees. Hi, madam. How can I help you? I tried to put on my customer service voice gradually throughout that sentence, morphing out of my "holy shit, I'm so bored" voice. I want to return this wishing well. She spoke seriously, yet without missing a beat. Continued with, "It's not granting my wishes." I tried not to laugh. My intention was not to question or ridicule any of her beliefs. But, come on. Really? I cracked a smile and tried to cover it up by looking down at the product and saying the first thing that came to mind. Oh. Should it? I immediately knew she wouldn't like that response. Of course it should. It's in the name. Truly shocked that she wasn't joking, I composed myself mentally and told myself that I've dealt with worse. Besides, the wishing well didn't look used. Our policy would still allow for a return, if she had a receipt. Do you have the receipt? No, I don't have the receipt. Of course she doesn't have the receipt. I'm sorry, but we can't offer a refund without it. I might be able to get you store credit. This is never the response that a customer wants, and it's never the response I want to give. Her face went red. That is ridiculous. What kind of an establishment are you running? Technically none. I don't run the place. But I didn't say that. I know better than that. After a back and forth, remaining in a similar tone, she asked me to get the manager, a request I had felt boiling up ever since she asked for a refund. Once you have a job like this, you really get a feel for the different types of customers. The manager, of course, told her the exact same thing that I did, because managers are often the ones setting these policies to begin with. They aren't going to magically bypass something that I could not. She accepted store credit in the end, and seemed to go on her way. I wonder why she's returning it. My manager wondered aloud. She didn't mention it to you? She says it's broken, because it doesn't grant wishes. My manager chuckled as he walked away, presumably thinking I was joking. I didn't care enough to correct his thought. I stared at the well as the gentle hum became centered in my brain again, being disrupted by the woman's return as she slammed a new well onto the counter. I'd like this one. I contemplated telling her it still wouldn't work, but I knew it wasn't worth the hassle. I let her use the store credit for the purchase, wondering why she even argued about the refund if she was going to use it immediately in store anyway. This continued every day, for weeks. Sometimes she would come in with the previous wishing well, asking for a replacement. Sometimes she would come in empty-handed and buy a new one. We eventually stopped allowing her to replace them, suspicious that she might be secretly harvesting material from each one for some kind of money-making scheme. We never found any evidence of this, however. Each return did visibly appear to still be in good quality. With each passing day, she'd come back, looking more unkempt than the last. Her hair became thin, her skin developed patches of grey. Her clothes were the same, time and time again, showing no signs of being washed. The smell became unpleasant. Sometimes she would have emotional outbursts, yet other times she seemed emotionlessly calm It got to the point that she wouldn't even speak. She'd just throw some money on the counter and pick up a well on the way out, sometimes humming as she did. Even this seemed to deteriorate, as her humming became more of a rattly creak. She mostly stopped looking at me, although her gaze would seem to pass right through me even when she did. Her visits became an eerie ritual, all taking place under the gentle noise of the air conditioning. As the weeks went on, her discolored skin began to stand out to me more and more. She had a limp that developed seemingly overnight. I wish I had called an ambulance, or the police, even the fucking secret services at this point. She was unnatural. Being in the same room as her felt equal to being in a room alone, because nobody could possibly perceive her as human. She was not the same average lady who argued with me just weeks prior. I began to fear her. The atmosphere at work changed, knowing each and every day that I would have to see her complete this sad, repetitive routine. I felt the contrast when she eventually stopped showing up. My days went back to mindlessly listening to the gentle hum. That was until today, when a man entered the store. As he made his way straight for the counter, I could see his face being unusually sweaty for such a cold day. I wondered if he was in a rush, or stressed. It immediately became apparent that the answer was both, as he began describing the strange woman and asking if I had seen her.
I'm her brother. She's been missing for days.
He stared, waiting for a response. I'm sorry to hear this. She's been here quite a few times recently.
What did she buy?
He spoke sternly, but not angrily. There was a level of concern in his voice. I only noticed then that he was tightly holding a book. It's always the same thing. He interrupted me.
Was it Wishing Wells?
I froze mid-sentence, my mouth still open slightly. He had tears in his eyes. I gently closed my mouth and nodded slowly. He silently allowed himself to cry, eventually speaking when he was able.
Her house is full of them, from so many different places. I don't understand what is happening.
He placed the book on the counter as he attempted to compose himself. The book looked damaged, yet not at all dusty. Its origins looked ancient, though its use seemed frequent. On the front, in large golden printed letters, read, "The Well Diaries." The gold's shine had all but vanished, leaving a rough, stained look. "What is this?" I asked, knowing it not to be the right time. My curiosity couldn't help itself.
We don't know.
He seemed hesitant to pick it back up, almost wanting to leave it behind.
It has every wish she ever made. Most of them are make it stop, or leave my soul. Some of them aren't even by her.
A silence filled the air, leaving the hum apparent to us both. It seemed louder than usual, almost creaky. I tried to break the silence. "I can show you the security footage of the last time she came in." He happily followed me to the back room, where I was able to show him. He was shocked at the sight of her, and shed a few more tears, but thanked me greatly before leaving. He told me that he would inform the police, and that they would probably drop by to check the footage. I told him I'd be more than happy to show them. Once he left, I began to scrub through the footage again. It's a smart camera system, so it automatically chops out all the footage with no movement. I noticed activity from last night, long after the store had closed. Curiously, I clicked it, expecting for something falling over in the wind, or an animal passing by innocently. I didn't see an animal, but I saw something living. It was the woman, outside the store. She was crawling. The footage looked grainy due to the darkness, but there was no mistake about who this was. She was simply crawling around, occasionally peering through the windows of the store. Her proportions seemed off, especially her arms. They seemed so long and thin. The only thing about her that seemed remotely like her original self was her head. She crawled around the back of the building. As I switched to that camera view, there was no footage available. This means that no movement occurred around the back. Disturbed, I went outside and peered around the side alley. It was empty, except for the outside ducts of the air conditioning. They had been ripped off the wall, and now lay on the ground. Feeling my heart drop, I calmly walked back to the door and locked the building from the outside. My manager wasn't in, so the building was empty. I began to patiently wait for the police, hoping they'd arrive soon to ask for the footage. I stared through the window, trying to convince myself that there was a logical explanation. I noticed the book remaining on the counter. I hadn't noticed the man leave it behind. My eyes quickly darted to above the counter. Through the ducts that hum above my head every day, I spotted her. Only for a brief second. I'm not a religious person, but I prayed she didn't spot me.
Hey, I just got a complaint that some guy is washing his dick in the men's room sink. Can one of you guys go deal with this? I had to kick the mad shitter out this morning. Again.
I groaned, then picked up my radio to answer. All right, Connor. But did the mad shitter try to kiss you again this time? I said, grinning into my radio like he could see me.
Fuck you. She had a handful of shit ready to go. I really don't know why she hates the Gap so much. We seriously need guys posted at the front doors of this place at all times.
All right, buddy. I'm almost at the bathroom. I'll get back to you. I walked into the men's bathroom, and sure enough, there was an older, homeless-looking man with his junk in the sink. Hey, man, you've got to stop what you're doing. I can't have you washing your dick off in the sink here.
My dick?
The man replied, perplexed, not stopping what he was doing for even a second.
Oh, you must mean my wand,
he replied. I groaned. Whatever you say, pal. Just put it back in your pants, for the love of God.
No can do. I'm affected by evil ailments.
I must cleanse the dark juices off before it's too late. I had had just about enough of this, and walked up behind the man to detain him, but he spun around with the quickness of a gazelle, startling me. "I think not!" he exclaimed, jumping away from me. "I am a warlock of the highest caliber. I have been protecting this realm before you were a twinkle in your father's eye." "Look, this doesn't have to be difficult. I just need you to go, and we can put all of this behind us." "Did you hear that? They're back!" the man screamed, and started to windmill his junk around in a circle and begin urinating. I ran out of the bathroom and grabbed my radio to fill my co-workers in on the situation and get some backup. There was no way in hell I was about to wrestle with a half-naked, pissing lunatic in a failing mall's bathroom alone. A few minutes later, I finally saw Connor and my other co-worker, Jeff, strolling down the hallway to the washrooms. "Took your sweet time, guys." "Relax. I wasn't about to face off with your boyfriend on an empty stomach," Jeff said, sucking donut frosting off of his fingers. Connor sighed. "Okay, guys. We gotta work together here. We go in single file and surround this weirdo." We all agreed, and Jeff, bold, buff, and the most intimidating of us, went in first. "Hello, Mr. Wizard. Are you? Oh, God damn it." Me and Connor quickly ran in and noticed the air vent had been ripped off of the wall. "This asshole went down to the basement," Jeff yelled. What a pain in the ass. "I guess we better go find him," Connor said, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his index finger and thumb like an annoyed dad. We made our way through the employees-only doors and down a small hallway of offices until we reached a locked set of double doors. After trying almost half the keys on the cartoonishly large mall keyring, I heard a click and the knob turned. There was a rickety old set of wooden steps in front of us, leading down to the basement. I turned on the little flashlight I keep on my security belt next to my taser, and proceeded down the steps. Every board creaked and groaned underneath me, and the middle of the steps bowed, threatening to break the deeper I descended. I made it to the bottom and began looking around for a light switch, when I heard a scream followed by a crash behind me. I spun around to see Jeff had fallen through the stairs, and taking most of them with him. "Jesus fuck! You okay down there?" I heard Connor yell from above us. "Ah, fuck's sake. I'm fine. I slipped in something," Jeff said, brushing himself off. "But there's no chance we're getting back up that way. Go look for a ladder or something while we look for that little shitball." I could see Connor nod and dart away from the door as me and Jeff explored the room. I found a small beaded chain from an overhead light hanging from the ceiling and pulled it, illuminating the room in a warm fluorescent glow. Unfortunately, I could now also see that the room we were in was covered with thick, wet-looking black mold that consumed the walls and ceiling. "Well, that's the shit I slipped in. It's sticking like glue," Jeff said, scraping his boot across the concrete floor. Behind me was the mall's HVAC system for ventilation, unlabeled boxes of odds and ends, a few fake Christmas trees, and a trap door that led somewhere deeper than we already were. "Well, he's not in here. Let's check that out," Jeff said, pointing at the trapdoor. We don't know if he's down there. We should wait for Connor.
Well, he's certainly not in this room, but he came this way.
Jeff gestured at a piece of ventilation that had been kicked open. Jeff wrenched the heavy-looking door open, and I was starting to feel claustrophobic just watching him descend the ladder. I really don't know about this, Jeff, I started to say.
Oh, spooky hole in the ground. I'm shaking. Come on, pussy. Get your ass down here.
Jeff snapped at me. I followed Jeff down the ladder into some cement tunnel that seemed to stretch endlessly. I cautiously walked behind Jeff, being careful not to touch the mold-covered walls. Eventually, the tunnel split into 3 different directions, then 3 more different directions. What is this? I asked.
City's old. People used to use these underground tunnels to connect businesses together. It made it easy for the city repairman to get from place to place, faster or some shit.
Jeff replied. That's when I noticed the mold Jeff had slipped in had made its way from his boot all the way up his leg. Jeff, your leg, I started to say, but the words caught in my throat. Jeff tried brushing it off with his hands, but it clung to them and began rapidly spreading up his massive arms onto his face.
What the fuck?
Jeff couldn't even finish his sentence before his mouth began filling up with that black slime. He made some awful gurgling noises, and I saw the black shit streaming out of his tear ducts as he clawed at his face before collapsing onto the ground. Jeff? Jeff? I yelled. I wanted to shake him, but I didn't want to get that shit on me too. Then I heard a voice from behind me.
I see it got your friend.
I just about jumped out of my skin. I shined my flashlight up to see the homeless man from the bathroom walking toward me.
I warned you about the sinister things,
he screamed, running up to Jeff and blocking my view of him. What is this shit? What do you know?
It's from hell. It's from space. It's from the 6th dimension.
The man began rambling nonsense off at a machine gun's pace. I was so distracted. I didn't even notice Jeff slowly getting to his feet until his huge hands clamped over the hobo's mouth. Jeff slid his hands into the man's mouth, one on the bottom jaw and the other on the top, and slowly began pulling them apart. I watched the man's flesh tearing away and heard a snap as his jaw broke. Then Jeff completely ripped the top portion of the man's head off, leaving only the bottom jaw attached to his neck. Jeff's eyes were completely black, and the mold was flowing out of his mouth and nose like a faucet. Then he slowly began to grin at me. I screamed and ran, trying desperately to retrace my steps, all while Jeff thundered after me. Eventually, I found the ladder and climbed it back into the basement. I struggled to close the heavy steel door, but I got a surge of adrenaline as I heard footsteps climbing the metal rings of the ladder and slammed it shut behind me. I stacked some heavy boxes on top of the door, but I can still hear Jeff punching at it. I don't know when, but at some point, I got some of that mold on myself too. If I don't move, it seems to slow down the spread of it. but it's still slowly making its way up my body. I hope Connor gets back soon. I've been yelling, but nobody's even come to check. If he takes too long, I'm afraid of what might happen to him. What I might do to him. Two years ago, I had just moved to a new house from a different neighborhood for work. I was settling in and getting used to the place. But I was still lonely and went through bouts of depression. My ex-boyfriend of 5 years had ended the relationship a while before I moved, and I wasn't having much luck going on dates. I eventually decided to focus my energy into work and fitness instead, but the loneliness lingered. The house still felt empty at times, and the silence was painful. I went through the motions numbly as the days passed by. About 2 months after I had moved in, I started noticing a stray dog pacing around my front yard from time to time. It had big, brown, sad eyes, and there was no collar around its neck. I couldn't tell you what breed it was. A reverse Google image search tells me it looks like an Indian pariah dog. I could always recognize it, as its left eye was slightly larger and darker than the right, but that gave it some unique charm. After seeing it outside my front door for 3 days straight, I put up some posters along my street, inviting anyone who might have lost a dog to call me. I quickly learned that I probably shouldn't have done that, after getting a few silent calls from an unknown number that I eventually chalked up to being a prankster or some scammer. I called a local animal shelter and sent them pictures of the dog. A guy came over to scan the dog for a microchip, but found nothing. He said it was most likely abandoned as a puppy. He could take it back to the shelter, or I could look after it for the time being. They would contact me if anyone ever tried to claim it. My granddad had a German Shepherd that I used to love playing with, so I always had a soft spot for dogs, and agreed to look after it, even if it was for a while. The guy from the animal shelter advised that if I didn't hear back in a week, I should take it to the vet to get it checked out and microchipped, or to the shelter if I didn't want to keep it. I took care of the dog and let it roam around the living room, with free access to the backyard. I decided to name him Charlie, and purchased more dog food, a labeled dog collar, some brushes to groom him with, and dog toys. The nearest vet was a 2-hour drive away. Work was busy, so I wasn't incredibly flexible for a visit, but I managed to get an appointment booked in 2 weeks' time. The first night I spent with Charlie, I realized that he might just be what I needed in life. Late in the evening, I sat on the couch looking at him, sitting quietly in the middle of the room on my wooden floor. I began talking out loud to Charlie. It seemed stupid at first, but the way he sat quietly and listened was comforting. After a while, I got more into it, and vented about my loneliness and frustrations to the point of tears. How I stayed with my cheating, gaslighting ex-boyfriend because I was too insecure to be alone, until he dumped me. All my failed dates, and how I thought I would die alone and unloved. I poured my heart out to my new companion, spilling my deepest secrets until I cried myself to sleep. the next day. I again began talking to Charlie about the pain and depression I had been through, and he listened patiently once more. I discovered that spending time with my new friend was cathartic. Perhaps I needed to get it all out, and be listened to for once, even if not fully understood. The third day after I had taken Charlie in, I woke up to realize that I'd overslept half an hour. I poured some food into Charlie's bowl and brushed my teeth at lightning speed, then grabbed my bag and flung the door open, ready to bolt into my car. A surprise greeted me at the front door that made me stop. There was a bouquet of red and pink roses on my front doorstep. I picked it up and looked at it, confused. There was no note attached or anything. I couldn't think of who it would be from. I obviously hadn't been on any dates recently. Being late for work, I didn't have much time to ponder, so I dropped the roses back on my doorstep and drove off. During the drive, I panicked for a second at the thought that it could have been my ex, but then realized he didn't know my new address, or even that I'd moved. The mystery bugged me all day at work. When I came back home, the roses were gone, so I assumed someone had accidentally left them at the wrong address. That night, I woke to the sound of creaking. As I opened my eyes slightly, I saw something at the foot of my bed and bolted upright, adrenaline rushing through me. As the fogginess faded, my heart rate settled a little. "Oh, it's just you, Charlie," I sighed. "You scared me." Charlie continued to stare at me from the foot of my bed. After a minute, he stood up and left the room. I didn't think much of it, and fell back asleep. For the next week, I continued the usual ritual of talking to Charlie before I went to bed. I would talk about my day, my plans, hopes, dreams, and other such things. I found our one-way conversations getting more positive each day. They were very therapeutic. Charlie would always stare at me with those big brown eyes and sit quietly still as I talked. On the morning of the vet appointment, for which I had taken the day off work, I noticed that my car was much cleaner than usual. Had it always been this shiny? I thought. I had driven it to work the Friday before, but I hadn't taken notice of how clean it was then. The last time I had, I could swear there were bird droppings on the back window, and some general grime that covered it all around. But it was now spotless. I pondered for a few seconds, and came to the conclusion that it must have just been a brain lapse on my part. It was probably always this clean. Those droppings must have washed away over the time with a few rainy nights. I drove Charlie down to the vet and explained the story of how I'd found him. "He's very well behaved," she beamed as she began examining Charlie on the table. "We see a few of these cases from time to time. People's dogs have puppies, and they get sold or abandoned." "It's a real shame," I sighed. "Charlie's been a star. I'm lucky to have him, really. I live alone, so, as odd as it sounds, I've been talking to him, and it's helped me through some difficult moments." That's not strange at all, replied the vet, checking his teeth. Owning a dog can do wonders for your mental health, especially if you live alone. She suddenly stopped. I stared as she squinted and moved Charlie's head up and down, trying to get a look at something. She plucked a light out of her pocket and aimed it into Charlie's left eye. What's wrong? I asked. She didn't answer, and kept looking at Charlie from different angles. He whimpered slightly. Did his eye look like this when you found him? She asked. I leaned in closer. Yeah, I did notice his left eye was slightly darker and larger than his right. She looked at me for a second and raised her eyebrows, then back at Charlie. I'd like to get a closer look at his eye and examine it in the next room, if that's okay. Sure, I said, confused. Without further explanation, she hastily picked Charlie up and carried him off into a different room. I sat down and waited, reading the news on my phone, expecting her to be back in a few minutes. However, when the vet didn't come back for a while, my concern began to grow. I paced around the room and tried to glance into the door she had left through a few times. Then I sat back down and watched the minutes pass by, getting more anxious. Hopefully it's nothing, I thought to myself. An easily curable eye infection, perhaps, or a defect he was born with. Hopefully it was something like that, or nothing. I'd only spent a few weeks with Charlie, but he was the best friend I'd ever had. I had told him so much about me, and he was the only one that had ever really listened to me. I had grown very attached to him quickly, so I almost felt like a worried parent, blaming myself for not bringing him to the vet sooner. An hour and a half passed, but it felt like eternity. The vet finally came back through the door. I stood up. Everything okay? I asked. Have you noticed any odd events recently? She asked. Like, anything you couldn't explain? To do with Charlie? No, just in general. Anything you've seen or heard around you that felt out of place in your life? She insisted. I took a second to think. I'm pretty sure this isn't going to be relevant, I said. But I have a couple of times. For instance, this morning, I thought my car was a lot cleaner than usual. I've been getting some unknown calls and hearing some creaking noises at night lately, but I'm sure it's just Charlie walking around and waking me up. And someone left roses on my front doorstep one day. Didn't say from who, but... Sorry, I'm not even sure why I'm telling you this. I looked up at the vet, who now had a very concerned look on her face. I'm going to have to call the police, she said. It took a few seconds to register. A million thoughts started racing through my mind. Did I say something wrong? Did she think I was abusing Charlie? I swear, I said. Everything I told you is true. I'm really sorry it took me so long to bring him in. It's my first time owning a dog, and no, it's not that, she said. She gestured for me to follow her into the room through the door. Charlie was sitting on a table in the middle of the room. There were a few other tables surrounding it, with dog toys and surgical equipment on them. There was a large hole where his left eye had been, now a gaping black cavity. The vet pointed at a sheet of blue paper on the table next to the one Charlie was on. There were two black domes resting on it, like two halves of a black ping-pong ball had been split in half. A clear fluid was covering the outer sides and staining the blue paper. There was also a tiny black cube. I looked closer and saw some red and green wires coming out of the tube. I took this out of Charlie's left eye, the vet explained. I thought my eyes were fooling me, but I took a closer look and was sure this thing definitely shouldn't have been in his head. When I took it out, I thought it was some kind of prosthetic eye, until I heard something moving inside it. I opened it up and found this. She pointed at the tiny cube and picked it up with some tweezers, revealing a transparent circular window on one side. Now, I'm no expert, but I took that apart just now, and to me it looked a lot like the inside of a camera lens you'd get on a smartphone. She looked back at me. Do you think... She paused. Do you think it's possible someone could have been watching you for the past few days? The police were eventually called, and an investigation started. The tiny device inside Charlie's eye was indeed a camera lens with a built-in audio recording device, and it had a wireless connection. It was an advanced piece of kit, but with some technical expertise, they were able to examine its traffic logs and identify an IP address to which the miniature device was streaming. The IP address belonged to my neighbor, who lived in the house opposite to mine. I had never seen him leave the house before, although when I moved in, I did see his silhouette in the top floor window a couple of times. He was a 55-year-old, balding, slightly overweight man who worked as an engineer, but otherwise lived a reclusive lifestyle. I later found out that he had multiple restraining orders placed against him from ex-partners. He had a collection of tiny bucking devices which he had been planting in various places, including public women's bathrooms, for years. These devices could live stream video and audio to his computer, and in his spare time, he would watch and listen to this footage he collected. A while before I moved into the house, he had purchased a puppy from someone he knew, and he kept it as a pet without registering it. I assume he got bored of spying on women in bathroom stalls, and when he saw me move into the house opposite, he suddenly got a wild idea of how he could get a peek at something more intimate. The rest is some truly horrific history. Charlie had been in my room while I slept, and even a couple of times while I undressed. But worst of all, I had told him everything about me. The names of previous partners, things about my family, companies I had worked for, and more. I wish I could say that I kept Charlie, but I just couldn't. Not after that. The vet arranged for him to be sent to the animal shelter, where I'm glad to say he'll eventually find a new home. I also relocated and changed my phone number. For anyone out there wondering, I'm still single. The difference is that nowadays, I'm completely at peace with being alone. I've experienced a worse alternative. That's for sure. I always advise those looking to do clinical trials for money to reconsider if they have other options. They don't pay well for what you have to go through, and the side effects can be killer. Usually, whatever we're testing gives patients a headache or mild nausea, but occasionally, it can get worse than that. Nothing I've ever seen in my few years of monitoring trials was ever as bad as what happened last week, though. In fairness, I did try to warn them. Every single board meeting, I'd bring up how we needed to stop cutting costs on lab rat testing and development. The higher-ups always had an ego, though. They would always tell me that our scientists knew what they were doing. And I've only been here 3 years, and the other supervisors have been here 10+ years, and none of them complain. It was beyond frustrating, and I knew it would eventually blow up in our faces. I didn't think that it would be something of this magnitude, though. It started last Monday. We were beginning the clinical trials of a new heart disease drug called Albucil. It was to be advertised as a breakthrough in the treatment of the disease, notably having noticeable effects on the body within just a few days. That's pretty fast for any drug to kick in, and I was admittedly curious to see if it would hold true. To my knowledge, it had only had 1 round of testing prior, and this was the first bout of human tests. The results of the rat tests were classified to us supervisors, which was standard procedure, so I didn't think anything of it at the time. It was quite a varied group of subjects. The ages ranged from 12 to 80, and the severity of cases ranged from early signs of the disease to people with not long left to live. Every single one of them was there with the same goal, though: to advance treatment for the one burden they all shared. It was a sentiment that I could get behind, and one that summarized why I chose to be a clinical trial supervisor. This specific trial would be a week long. We would provide patients with rooms to stay in and 3 meals a day. The other 2 supervisors would take the 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. shifts respectively, and I would have the overnight shift. I didn't want to work nights, but it was my turn to, and everyone else suffered through it before me, so fair is fair. The drug was expected to kick in on the 3rd day, meaning that we had to monitor the patient's improvement throughout the week. It sounds simpler than it is, and that's because I haven't taken patient behavior into account. In any given clinical trial at our company, patients sign a contract stating that they can't leave until the testing period is over, with clauses for medical evacuation and such. This isn't legal in the slightest, but it's how the higher-ups say we should do it, and they hire plenty of security to make damn sure that it gets done. People don't like feeling trapped, though, and patients often pick fights and get physical if they're told they can't leave. It's the toughest part of any trial, and for a drug that was apparently this monumental, we were expecting even worse behavior, especially if it proved to be a failure. The first night went pretty smoothly. I was treated with respect by most of the patients, and those that needed me for something never got snippy. As expected, we didn't see any negative signs, nor any change to the patient's vitals and conditions in general. The same went for the second day, although one odd thing did happen around 4 a.m. My call button went off, directing me to one of the rooms on the second floor. The patient staying in that room was an older lady, mid-60s, with a more severe case of heart disease. She was a sweetheart, though, and I was immediately concerned that something had happened, so I made my way upstairs. Upon entering her room, nothing looked out of the ordinary. Her bedside lamp was on, and she was sitting upright in bed, looking at me. I walked to her side of the bed and knelt down to be at eye level with her. "Miss Margaret, what's going on? Are you okay?"
"Where are my fingers?"
I was confused, to say the least. I looked down at her hands, and she seemed to have the usual amount of digits. I couldn't say that I'd seen this before. So I thought the best course of action would be to reassure her that she was okay. That's always a good place to start. "Miss Margaret, your fingers are right here."
"I can't see them. Can you make them come back?"
I lifted her bony hand and counted her red-tipped fingers in front of her. She looked at me with wide eyes and smiled.
"Oh, there they are. Thank you, dear."
I was unsettled, and immediately racked my brain to figure out what could be going on. Was she hallucinating? Quite possibly. I've seen it before, though not to the extent that one thinks they're missing body parts. Could this be some sort of undiagnosed issue, completely unrelated to Albacil? Also possible. I decided that I'd consult with the other supervisors when I saw them again, and put it into my report. As long as she wasn't in any present danger, there was nothing I could do for her. I didn't start to panic until the next day. Throughout the night, I got 16 calls. There were 30 total patients under our watch, so over half of them were experiencing negative effects from the drug. That isn't the unsettling part, though. What scared me was that every call was the same. I would walk into the room, and nothing would seem out of ordinary, except the patient would be panicking. Toes, fingers, tongues. Every patient claimed that something different was missing. Of course, nothing was actually gone, but it seemed that they'd actually lost all sensation in those areas. After the first 4 calls, I contacted the emergency doctor on duty, who was staying in a room in another wing of the facility. He was irritated that I was calling so early into my shift, but I frankly wasn't having it, and told him to zip it and come downstairs. Together, we examined all the patients, and came to the consensus that we would have to call an emergency meeting the next day. The doctor insisted that I should take the next night off and get some rest after what I'd been dealing with, and he would advocate for the immediate end of the trial. I shouldn't have agreed. I received a call after the meeting, informing me that the trials would continue, as they found no evidence that any of the patients were in any danger. At this point, I was just about done with not being listened to, and spoke up. I can't do this anymore, Jim. These people are clearly in danger. They think they're losing limbs, and you don't see the danger in that.
It's all in their heads. We're on the verge of releasing a breakthrough drug here.
If these are the side effects, we can't do it. It goes against everything we're trying to do.
We can't replace you on such short notice. You're going to stay, or I'm going to make sure you never work in this field again. This discussion is over.
My phone clicked, and I was furious. I couldn't afford to be blacklisted from work, but I wasn't willing to watch people suffer to keep my job. I decided that I would return to work, but every time something bad happened, I would just call the emergency doctor. If I couldn't stop the tests, I could at least keep a close eye on the patients. The next night was when everything finally collapsed. Every single person had some sort of problem. One man dragged himself through the hall with just his arms, screaming that his legs were missing. Another had to be restrained because he kept bashing his head into the concrete floor, claiming that his ears and eyes had vanished. The worst part, though, was the things that all of them said. They all claimed that something was going to take them away, piece by piece. Something who'd been appearing in their sleep for days, taunting them as they laid there helplessly. I had to call the local police department and beg them to send officers over to the building to help me, struggling not to cry as I did so. What could this drug be doing to these people that they were having this violent of a reaction? It had to be the medication. It was the only common denominator. When the police arrived, they didn't help me. As I walked down the hall to open the door for them, everything behind the door suddenly went dark. I picked up the pace and tried pulling the door open, but it wouldn't budge. As I desperately knocked on it, shouting for a response, a calm but stern voice responded to me. It was the police chief, who informed me that the building had been ordered into quarantine. Hearing this, I backed away from the door and barely heard another word that he said. Something was seriously wrong, as I already knew, but it was apparently to the scale that they didn't want anyone leaving. I was under strict orders to stay behind the desk and wait until medical professionals arrived. I was perfectly fine with that. After all, I felt like I was going to vomit, and I'd rather be close to a trash can. But it wasn't easy to stay put. The screaming coming from the rooms only got louder as I obsessively checked the clock. The pounding on the walls and doors was feverish, like someone was trying to escape a fire. But then it stopped. It all went quiet, and I looked up from my hands in shock, with tears streaming down my face. And that's when my call button went off. The call was coming from the outside buzzer, so I figured that the hazmat team were there. I answered it, and waited to hear someone talk. Hello? There was nothing but the sound of breathing. Hello? The sentence itself wasn't inherently creepy, but I still felt sick. It wasn't the voice of the police chief,
or of someone that I recognized at all. I cleared my throat and responded in an admittedly shaky voice. Who is this? I am going to enter. After hearing that, I clicked the receiver off. As I weakly stood back up from the desk, I thought about what the voice had said. As I pondered, I saw the outside door creak open in my peripheral vision. The sound of flesh slapping against the floor echoed through the hall as all the other noise faded from my mind. It wasn't a man in a hazmat suit, nor a cop, nor a doctor, nor anything I've ever seen before. Slowly, crawling towards me, was something so utterly vile that being blind would have been preferable to seeing it. It travelled on 4 of what can most closely be described as legs that hung loose with gangrenous skin and trembled every time they hit the floor. Its head dragged along the floor, as if its neck was snapped long ago and had held in that position. Its piercing eyes stared at me, one a soothing blue, and the other a striking brown. Its figure looked like body parts that had been hastily stitched together in hopes that they'd resemble something living. As it drew breath, it grumbled in an almost human-like way. I struggled to process what was happening, and slowly took a step backwards, towards the front desk. I sat there, and stared at it as it moved towards me. The building was sealed, and there was no way out. But before it could reach me, it stopped, and spoke in the same voice I'd heard over the intercom. You are afraid? Yes. Fear not. I am not here for you. I pressed my back against the desk, looking at the creature through my knees. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. It raised a red-tipped finger and pointed at me. We will meet again. Yes, I know it. For you, there are still many things to see. I closed my eyes as tears welled up in them. I could tell the lights turned off, whether solely above me or in the facility as a whole, as the hushed humming suddenly stopped. I opened my eyes and prepared to be faced with horror. They found me passed out on the floor inside of the office. My condition wasn't the horrifying part, unfortunately. In each of the patient's rooms, all that remained was a corpse. One body was missing his legs, another lacked eyes and a tongue. Miss Margaret was missing her fingers. I've been locked in my cell for days now. They're saying that I did it. They're saying that I killed them all, and there was no monster. But worst of all is the fact that the company is testifying against me, saying that I went crazy while working and snapped under the pressure. They say that it had to be me, because there's no way any of the patients in the placebo group would be hallucinating.
When my girlfriend told me that she still hung out with her ex from time to time, I was shocked. Who wouldn't be, right? I mean, We'd been dating for a whole month and a half before she decided to drop the bomb on me. It obviously stung. But honestly, knowing what I know now, part of me wishes that I'd never found out. We were lying in my bed when she told me. I had my arms wrapped snugly around her waist, while some cheesy romance movie that I can't remember the name of droned on in the background. I don't know what made her think to tell me at that moment, but it really put a damper on things, to say the least. Joey, I have something that I need to tell you, Ali said, rolling over to face me. Yeah? What's up? I replied, staring deeply into her eyes. I was head over heels for that girl. I was fresh out of high school, and the way I saw it, Ali was my first real girlfriend. The only one worth putting in an effort for. So, I never could have anticipated what she told me next. You remember my ex-boyfriend, Luke, right? A pang of jealousy jolted through my chest upon hearing that name. I think so. What about him? Ali sighed, averting her gaze momentarily, before locking eyes with me once again. I've kinda been meeting up with him. Like, sorta regularly. I bolted upright, my mouth involuntarily falling open. My heart shattered into a million pieces, and I instantly assumed the worst. Joey, please, let me explain. It's not what you think. Ali, don't you think this is something you should have mentioned sooner? We've been going on dates and shit for 4 months at this point, and you didn't think that was something you should have told me about. She sat up to face me, her cheeks blossoming with color. Her bottom lip began to tremble, and I could see tears welling in her eyes. This is why I didn't say anything. I knew you'd get all heartbroken and want to dump me. Just give me a chance to explain. Please. I reluctantly glanced at her. The utter hurt and betrayal that I was feeling still hadn't completely dissipated, but the logical part of my brain had started to function. Maybe she really did have a good reason. Okay. Tell me. But I want the truth, alright? No more games. Ali vehemently nodded her head, wiping a stray tear from her cheek. She took a deep breath before responding. So, lately, I've been getting more into my religion. I decided to start going to church to get right with the Lord, but Luke is the pastor's son. I couldn't avoid him with how small this place is. I mulled it over for a moment. That wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. From the sound of it, they were seeing each other one-to-one. At least, not with the way she'd framed the story. There's something else, too. Ali's hometown has a population of 32 people. I'd never really considered it, but being that small, it would probably be nearly impossible to stay under the radar. So, you only see one another when you go to worship? Like, in a group? Yeah, that's why I didn't tell you sooner. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. She whimpered. I pursed my lips, continuing to think on it. If it wasn't a big deal, then why did she keep it from me for that long? If Ali didn't have anything to hide, then wouldn't she have wanted to tell me, in order to avoid problems down the road? Her reasoning didn't make much sense, but either way, If something fishy was going on, I was determined to get to the bottom of it. "All right, I believe you," I said. Ali instantly loosened up, and she released a breath. "But I want you to do something for me." "Anything for you, but I want to go to church with you," I blurted out, completely cutting her off. Ali's mouth was still agape, the remainder of her sentence dying on her lips. Really?" "Yeah. I've been a dirty sinner, and it wouldn't hurt to make amends with the big man upstairs," I replied, a grin inching across my lips. I was a staunch atheist, and Ali knew that. But hey, it's not like one visit to a chapel would cause me to burst into flames or anything, right? Ali giggled, her worried demeanor melting away. "Okay, you can go with me to the Wednesday service tomorrow night, if you're free, you filthy heathen." Before I knew it, the time had arrived. I met Ali at her place, and we made the 15-minute walk down to the chapel. I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't a tad bit nervous. A small, crowded room with dozens of people who would immediately recognize me as an outsider didn't sound very appealing. But I'd gotten myself into that mess. It was up to me to deal with the consequences. "So, is there anything I should know before we go in? It's been years since I've set foot in a church," I admitted, turning to my girlfriend for comfort as we approached the nearly empty parking lot. "Nope, not really. Just sit there and enjoy the ride," Ali replied, winking at me. My heart fluttered. She was drop-dead gorgeous. Her makeup looked amazing. Her hair was curled, and she wore a white, frilled dress that was a great match for her aesthetic. I was one lucky man, or so I thought. Once we finally reached the wooden double doors leading inside, I was a bundle of nerves. Sweat began to bead atop my brow, and my hands were getting clammy. I reached for the door handle to pull it open, but before I could, Ali grabbed my arm. "Joey, it's going to be okay. No need to worry. I'll be with you the entire time, all right?" she said, flashing me a warm smile. That was one of the things I adored about my girlfriend. She always knew how to calm me down. "Right. Thanks, babe," I said, swinging open the door and holding it for her. From the moment I entered the chapel, I could tell something was off. Everyone in the room snapped their heads towards us and immediately directed their collective attention to me. My blood turned to ice, and my stomach twisted itself into knots. No one uttered a word. Their prying eyes just followed me around the room the whole way to my seat. Ali and I chose to sit in the back, for obvious reasons. I was immensely relieved when the parishioners directed their attention back to the preacher, who stood at the helm of the congregation. What the hell was that? I hissed under my breath as Ali settled into her seat. "Oh, don't mind them. Just small-town drama. You know how that goes," she whispered into my ear. She did have a point. While Ali's town was microscopic, mine wasn't much bigger. A population of 215 isn't that big of a leap. In a little backwater town like that, gossiping was most people's favorite pastime. I directed my attention back to the podium, where the preacher had been joined by a young man, clad in a white robe. As he was the only other one remotely close to my age, I assumed that was Ali's ex. As much as it pains me to admit, the guy was handsome. He had a chiseled jawline that looked sharp enough to cut glass. His wavy, dirty blonde hair was cleanly cropped, and his deep blue eyes seemed to pierce through me every time they made contact with mine. I didn't hold a candle to him. Ali interlaced her fingers with mine, and gave my hand a light squeeze. I found it comforting. Don't worry about him, okay? Just sit back and relax. Her voice was silky smooth. I turned to her and nodded, gripping her hand a bit tighter.
Good evening, everyone,
the preacher said, snapping my focus back to the altar.
We will begin the service momentarily. But first, it appears that we have a guest. My name is Father Abrams. Welcome, young man.
To my utter horror, the congregation again turned to face me. Their cold expression sent a chill down my spine. No one but Father Abrams was smiling.
And now, if you will kindly make your way to the front, we will start the offertory,
he said, taking the focus off of me. I breathed a sigh of relief. That relief was short-lived when I had a chance to soak in what he'd just said. The offertory, already. I thought that was supposed to take place toward the end of the service. Why are we doing this now? I thought we were going to have to sing hymns and stuff first. I whispered, as Ali and I rose from our seats. My church is different. Just go with it, Ali replied, tugging me into the aisle. I won't lie. I was mortified walking up to there. Dozens of people were crowded around a plate with a single loaf of homemade bread, their dead, unforgiving stares stabbing through me like daggers. Every instinct told me to run from that place and never look back. But I loved my girlfriend, so I stayed. Now, I wish I would have listened to my gut.
Let's begin. Everyone bow your heads.
I did as I was told, eager to shake the feeling of being watched.
Dear Heavenly Father, I humbly ask that you bless this bread and cup with your divine strength, so that we may better serve you. Let us walk in your holy light, and live by your teachings. Amen.
Amen. The congregation chanted in unison, startling me. I anxiously glanced up, only to find that all eyes were on me, once again. The whole thing felt wrong. The prayer was too short. The people were too harsh. This didn't feel anything like a church should. But I foolishly told myself that I just needed to stick it out a little longer.
Young man, come. Guests go first,
Father Abrams said, his Cheshire smile making my skin crawl. I shot Ali a nervous glance before proceeding to the front. Luke stood beside his father, silver chalice in hand. He smirked as he extended it to me. I wanted nothing more than to slap that stupid grin off his face. Nevertheless, I took the chalice, peering at the dark red liquid inside, before taking a swig. I grimaced as it travelled down my throat. It was thick, and tasted metallic, coppery with a slight sweetness that confused my taste buds. That wasn't like any wine I'd ever had before. Luke then directed me to the loaf of bread. "Take a piece," he whispered in a serpent-like tone. I glared at him as I complied. I tore off a tiny crumb and shoved it into my mouth before rejoining my girlfriend. I watched as each of the parishioners then took a piece of bread, and nothing else. None of them drank from the chalice. A feeling of dread settled into my stomach as I began to feel nauseous. This couldn't be happening. Was I really? Before I even had a chance to process what was going on, the world began to spin violently, and everything went black. The last thing I remember before losing consciousness was the smiling faces of Ali and Father Abrams looking over me. I came to in a dingy, dim-lit room. I rubbed my head and surveyed my surroundings. I found myself in a basement, the only light emanating from several candles placed near the walls. Just what I'd been afraid of. I'd been drugged. A barrage of unwanted emotions hit me like a freight train. Betrayal, fear, confusion. They all coalesced inside me like a nauseating cocktail. Had Ali been lying to me the entire time we were together? Had this been the plan all along? I wasn't just going to take that lying down. I shot up, my vision still hazy, and took a good 3 steps forward. I face-planted on the unforgiving concrete when I tried to advance further. It was only then that I noticed my ankle shackled to the wall. I was suddenly fearful for my life. Up until that point, it hadn't hit me how utterly screwed I was. But before I had a chance to process it, I heard footsteps descending into the basement. I squinted in the darkness, trying my best to see who was approaching. My heart dropped when I finally realized who it was. Father Abrams stood before me with Ali and Luke at his sides. Luke's arm was wrapped around Ali's waist, and she was leaning into him. White, hot rage bubbled within me at the sight of them. "You tricked me," I growled, scowling at my now ex-girlfriend. "And you fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Hate to break it to you, babe, but Luke and I are still madly in love." She made a show of planting a sloppy kiss directly on his lips. I had never felt more hurt and betrayed in my entire life. Tears stung at the corners of my eyes, and my bottom lip began to quiver. Why? Why would you do that to me?" I choked out through strangled sobs. "Nothing personal," Ali cooed. "You were just the easiest target."
"Yes, Joseph,"
Father Abrams chimed in, that same wide, malicious smile, never leaving his lips.
"You see, some may deem it barbaric, but we at the First Holy Church believe that a human sacrifice is required to truly appease the Lord, and your blood will be ready
and plenty of time for our Sunday service. They've left me down here. Father Abrams said they have some sort of ritual to do before taking my life. I've given up hope. I'm not sure if they know that I have my phone or not, but I don't think they care either way. Police response times are too slow to make it here before they'd get rid of the evidence. That, or maybe the cops are in on it too. I'm really not sure. What I do know is that I don't have a very good chance of making it out of here alive. Hey, I'm recording this from a locked room upstairs at my husband's cabin. It was supposed to be our 2-year anniversary, but now I'm not sure what the fuck it is. For clarity, I just had a core memory unlock itself in unbelievably vivid fashion, and needed to record down the details in case they might ring a bell for someone else. The details surrounding the watching, kind of fuzzy, but I'll do my best. The details around the tape itself, oddly clear. Some gaps I might be missing here or there, but overall, the elements that comprise the video are very palpable for me, despite the time that's elapsed. It was 3rd grade, a field trip to a nature trail. The 30-minute school bus ride, remnant of a now bygone time, was boring. The wheels on the bus take you somewhere you'd rather not be. We arrived at the lodge-like area near the entrance to the trail. Entering, I recalled seeing stations with water and coffee and donuts, presumably just for the grown-ups, and a sign-up sheet resting on a kind of tall table that all of us had to fill in with name, date, and time. It felt like the kind of place where a Smokey the Bear knockoff would give a talk about how fires are bad because trees are flammable, you morons. A local visitor center vibe, like there was plenty to do here, but nothing really meant for someone my age. Sign-ups completed for our class of 30. Tall humans around us tiny ones. And I heard the tour guide beside our teacher speak up. "Alright, who's excited to go on this trail?" Muted response from the kids. "Fair enough. Off we go." We were shuffled like penguins to a space with rows of carefully arranged seats. A TV perched on a cart, just like the good old days. VHS player tucked into the shelf below. I was the queen of the back of the line, watching classmates in front grapple with the existential crisis that is, making sure your friends sit next to you, so you know they actually like you. That's when I hear a second tour guide, following closely behind, speak. Looks like there might not be enough seats. Why don't we take some of you to another room for the video?" His bouncer-like cut-off applied to the 4 of us at the end. As he redirected us to the hallway, I distinctly remembered noticing that there were more than enough seats for everyone, with the kids in the room meticulously choosing their spots. Our gang of leftovers was brought to a much smaller room. It looked like an extra big closet. 4 chairs already set up inside. I crossed the threshold first and settled into one of them. The others followed. A TV in front of us on the table. The tour guide turned on the TV, pressed play on the VCR beside, dimmed the lights, and walked out, closing the door behind him. I then heard a click That sounded like a door locking, but I wasn't sure. Our dark little nook had two faint sources of light, the brightness of the hallway barely squeezing through a small window, and the blue glare of the TV as the presentation commenced. A disarming, cozy, ambient tune, laced with simple synth pads and light flutes, met my ears. The title screen appeared. Timberbrook Hiking Trail Guide. Underneath the title, words broadcast on a backdrop of expansive nature trail footage. The following tagline appeared: "For a great hiking experience." And then, a transition to a new title screen. Supplies. These words rested on a light green background with a picture of a cartoon backpack beside them. The music changed, a transitionary bell chime, followed by a breezier and more upbeat arrangement. It dawned on me at the time of watching, 21 years ago today, that the video seemed dated. Like, really, really dated. On screen. Make sure your backpack has. And then video footage of different items with corresponding captions. Water. A clip of an outstretched arm holding a water bottle to camera. Snack. Same thing, but with a granola bar this time. A compass. Shoes to wear. A pair of sturdy boots held together and tilted downward. I glanced over at the other kids. They were trying their best to pay attention, albeit with drowsiness marking their illuminated faces. A new title card on the CRT in front of us. The Hike. Words displayed on screen with a light blue backdrop this time. Another bell chime, and a shift of the musical tone again. The same instruments taking on a more forward, adventurous tune. This was followed by a scene of arms linking with a text at the bottom of the screen reading, "Pick your buddy." A camera panning over a very clearly defined footpath in the woods. When walking with your buddy, follow the trail ahead of you. A stationary image of cartoon children midway through a walk on a path. Make sure you're in line with the group. Don't stray off course. Tips and tricks. What followed this title card was a series of cartoon diagrams, looking straight out of an elementary school textbook, with a tacky, dated screen transition between each image and tip. Tip number 1. If you feel like you're lost, stop right where you are and listen to the sounds around you. You might hear the road or people talking nearby. This lengthy bit of text played across the screen beneath a drawing of a boy standing in the woods with a hand to his ear, listening out with a smile. Tip number 2. If you come across a log, step on the log, then off the log. Do not step over it one leg at a time. This tip paired with a progression of images showing a kid, as one would indeed imagine, approaching a log, stepping on, and then off of it. Tip number 3. If you hurt yourself or have a wound, words accompanied by the image of a kid holding out their bleeding arm. Air it out. Then, a strange transition to clips of a real-life bleeding arm now, held out in the forest air. With each successive shot, the arm looked worse. The wound, the bleeding, the almost gangrenous effect of the appendage growing. Cut to the stairs. a camera fixed on a lengthy staircase jutting out from somewhere in the woods. Architecture that looked very out of place. Accompanying text: "Don't take the stairs." Friends. A fancy new title card over a light red background. The heading over top a display of cute cartoon woodland creatures huddled together. Shifting to video footage with captions underneath of squirrels scampering up trees, looking for nuts. Birds. Sparrows and songbirds flitting about near shrubs. Deer. Softly peeking behind the trees before moving along out of frame. Foxes. One seen darting through an underbrush. Sleepwalkers. Slow zoom in on a distant... It slowly zoomed in on a distant tree in the forest. Someone peeking out from behind the oak. A woman-like figure with black matted hair and a white nightgown. Midnight. And suddenly, the comforting background music was gone. Amateur camcorder footage now. Someone maneuvering the woods at night, with only a minimal light source illuminating the uneven path. Text coming in, line by line, atop the footage. If you're still here, they'll be looking for you. Don't panic. There are many places you can hide. A transition to a nighttime shot of some trees. Behind the trees. A slightly shaky but mostly still footage of some leaves on the ground. Still night. Under the ground. An even slower zoom in on a distant entrance to a passageway or cavern. The dungeon. I felt the chair underneath me, and remembered I was in a room with 3 other kids watching something. My eyes were glued to the monitor. I didn't feel comfortable looking to my left or my right. The imagery on the screen wasn't resonating in any comfortable way. But the childlike fear in me told me if I stopped watching, something even worse would happen. It was hard to tell what I was looking at. The visuals on TV looked dark, thick, obscured. Words that make no sense, but are the best descriptions I can muster. Like the sorts of shapes you'd see with your eyes closed and palms pressed upon them. As I tried to piece together what it was, text, in the color red this time, appeared at the bottom. The dungeon might be a safe place to hide in for a little while. The text disappeared faster than usual. Slowly, the video began to clear. The footage seemed to be taken in a dark, cluttered room. Tables, shelves, materials, tools, all sort of items crowding the space. Near the top of the screen, what looked like a window. The sound of heavy breathing. It seemed like the video was recorded by someone crouching in the corner. They might never suspect you would hide in the same place they were planning to bring you to. Text gone. More breathing. Steady camcorder in the dark. Just don't stay there for too long. Eyes appeared on the window, with the sound of something sliding open, and nature. What? Once again there was daylight on the screen. Rivers, babbling brooks, and a friendly forest. A reprieve that made my 9-year-old self think about the best way to delete everything I'd seen from my brain. My first tango, with compartmentalization. nature. Just comforting nature scenes. Nature is beautiful. Take some time to appreciate its wonder. Everything is in balance. The text lingered for a beautiful while, before cutting to a new title card again. The final one, as I would find out. The cabin. A camera that must have been positioned high on a mountaintop looking down at an expanse of forest from afar. Daytime at first, but the footage quickly revealed itself to be a time-lapse, tracking minor changes and movements before bringing us to the night. Then, for the third time, the camera began to pan, this time painfully slow, delving deeper and deeper into the forest. Granular detail sharpened as it zoomed in, while I wondered just how far this seemingly telescopic lens could go. Closer and closer, further and further, until landing on a large cabin, isolated in pitch-black darkness. It didn't belong with the rest of the forest. Lights on in all of the rooms, a glare cast out on the dense woods surrounding. The following subtitle: Do not go near the cabin. Mechanical sounds as the camera pushed in slightly closer, with a different clearness, as if the lens suddenly changed. If you are near the cabin, do not go inside. Silhouettes of what appeared to be people within the cabin. If you are inside the cabin, do not leave. It will be too late. And then, the camera violently started pulling back, away and away and away from the cabin, as static warped the image. You are nourishment to them. And back to the title card. Timberbrook Hiking Trail Guide. The comforting strings, synths, and woodwind instruments were back. The text underneath the title now just read, For a hiking experience. Then the tape stopped, and it was just our smudged reflections on the TV now. We sat in the still of the dark. No one moved an inch. The shared telepathic agreement we all seemed to fall under was, pretend everything is okay. If none of us said we were scared, then we wouldn't give the game away. If we looked like we were alright, then we were alright. Right? The tour guide returned. He was hunky-dory as normal.
Alright,
I heard him say, opening the door, light switch flicking on.
Looks like you're all done. Ready to hike?
He asked with chipper delivery. A muted response from us kids. He motioned for us to follow, and so we did. I'm not sure if it was a trick of sound or a hallucination, but I remembered the tour guide whispering, only to me it seemed, "Best of luck," as we joined the larger group. Whether this potential remark was tinged with sarcasm or sincerity, I wasn't sure. The hike happened. It was mundane. Barely any elevation. It wasn't a particularly dynamic path. More like a trudge through some level, open forest with an almost industrial-looking path leading the way through. Like any in-depth video game on the how of maneuvering this was completely pointless. There was no way anyone could have gotten lost. And it looked nothing like the video we'd watched. Only one thing caught my eye on the trail. The insignias that had been carved deep into the trees. elaborate scrawls and markings all along the path. Then, it was all over. Quicker than one would have imagined. And I had to wonder if the larger group of 26 students actually saw the same tape that my group did, or if ours was different. Now, some odd 21 years later, that same question cuts to the front of the line in my mind, as I reconcile with the bizarre childhood experience I'd severed from my head for so many years. It's my 2-year anniversary, as I mentioned at the beginning of this recording. My husband pitched renting a cabin for the occasion, something I enthusiastically jumped at. When it came to romantic gestures, this was more bombastic than anything he'd ever done or anything I'd experienced before. Our love story origins are pretty unremarkable. We actually met as part of a local hiking group and struck it off immediately. 5 years of boyfriend-girlfriend, 2 years of husband-wife. It's strange to me, as I recall all of this now, that the traumatic experience of watching the Timberbrook guide didn't subconsciously put me off hiking forever. As I push myself to wonder why, I can't help but find those carved sigils popping up in my head again. Hubby and I drove to the secluded area, and as we got closer, there was a familiarity to the surroundings that I couldn't quite shake. The uneasy gut feeling was manageable at first. Unfortunately, when paired with my husband's increasingly bizarre behavior on the trip, it became harder to ignore. We were supposed to be spending quality time together at the cabin, I thought. Instead, he was quiet, stern, always looking outside, like he was waiting for someone. Then, at night, after what I tried to justify as an unbelievably off day for him, I woke up to find he wasn't in bed. I left the room and creaked down the stairs to ground level to see him sitting on a couch and staring at the TV. Before I even saw what was on the screen, the musical chimes and soothing ambient tunes I heard brought the flood of memories back. I saw the title cards on screen, the stairs, followed by friends, followed by midnight. And he was transfixed. I ran back upstairs and locked the door to the bedroom. After that, I tried to recall anything and everything I could about the video, and noted it down on this recording. And now, I'm trying really, really hard not to panic. It's been an hour. I swear the tape has looped 10 times over, judging by the muffled and obscured sounds coming through the wall. It finally stopped only a few minutes ago. Now, he's at the door. He's trying to reason with me. He says there's nothing to be concerned about, that we should go outside, that he wants to show me something cool in the woods nearby, some passage in the ground. As he says it, I can tell there are other people standing there with him, trying to stay quiet. It's only him talking, but still, I can hear their presence, their breathing. I'm having to keep the part of me that wants to jump out of the window and run into nowhere at bay. After all, I can see that there are people outside too. They're in the woods, barely peeking out from behind the trees. A full crowd, who look very, very much like the members of that same hiking group I met my husband at. I can hear the tour guide's voice in my head again, more vivid. He really did say it, both sincerely and sarcastically.
Best of luck. I used to think Mammoth Cave was just another adventure, a tick off our list. It was supposed to be fun, a weekend to explore the shadows with my best friends, to test our nerves in the endless dark. But somewhere down there, under miles of stone, something went wrong. Now, one of us is missing, and I swear, I can still hear him calling. We'd been going for hours, our voices echoing through the tunnels, each one mocking the confidence we had when we started. There was me, Sam, and my friends Luke, Jared, and Ben. Ben was always the daring one, the first to wander ahead, the one who'd get us into trouble just to laugh it off. But when he didn't come back, no one was laughing. It's strange. We retraced our steps, searched every crevice, calling his name until our voices scraped raw. Nothing. Just an endless silence, heavy and swallowing. And then the faintest echo, like Ben's voice, drifting from somewhere deep in the shadows. Luke was the first one to hear him calling. He stopped dead, his hand shooting up as we walked, telling us to listen. We froze, straining against the thick silence. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice barely louder than a breath. None of us had. But as we stood there, letting the silence settle around us, we heard it. A faint, distant call, almost swallowed by the stone around us. It was Ben's voice, unmistakably. He was calling out, the sound barely reaching us, but bouncing off the cave walls in strange, warped echoes. The direction was wrong, though. The call wasn't coming from where we'd last seen him. It was coming from one of the tunnels we hadn't even traveled down. But maybe, somehow, the paths were connected. It wasn't impossible for cave tunnels to intersect. We were probably about 2 miles down at this point, so deep that the silence felt alive, closing in around us. The chill in the air seeped into our bones, and every breath echoed back like a reminder of how far we'd come. The walls felt tighter here, the space around us shrinking with each step. Our lights cast shaky beams on the rough stone, cutting through just enough darkness to keep us moving. We'd packed extra batteries, sure, but even with the supplies, an uneasy feeling twisted in my gut. Still, leaving wasn't an option. Ben was down there somewhere, and we couldn't just abandon him in the dark. We walked down a few 100 feet, calling out Ben's name into the dark, then waiting in silence, hoping for any kind of response. The cave swallowed our voices, leaving only the faint drip of water somewhere far off. Then, after what felt like ages, we heard him. It came from behind us. "What the fuck?" Luke whispered, his voice tight and shaky, eyes darting back toward the path we'd just covered. Jared, louder than any of us, shouted back, "All right, Ben. You can stop messing with us now, man. This isn't funny, bro." I wanted to believe it. That Ben was just messing with us,
hiding in some shadowed nook and waiting to jump out. But as I stared into the empty tunnel behind us, a chill crept over me. I couldn't shake the feeling that somehow it wasn't really Ben. We backtracked, our lights slicing through the shadows as we searched every inch of the area. We moved slowly, scouring every nook, every crack in the walls. But there wasn't a single trace of Ben. Not a footprint, not even a scuff mark. He was just gone. Eventually, we returned to the central cavern, slumping down on the cold stone to catch our breath and regroup. I told the others what had been gnawing at me, the dread curling around my thoughts. But Luke was quick to brush it off. "Oh, come on, man. You know Ben is just fucking with us," he said, his tone forced, like he was trying to convince himself as much as me. "Well, how did he end up back here then, when he was down there before?" I shot back. "I'm telling you guys, something isn't right." Before anyone could answer, Ben's voice echoed again, faint but unmistakable. This time, it came from the tunnel we'd seen him go down first. "Come on, guys. This way." His voice drifted down the rocky corridors, a lazy drawl that somehow felt wrong. Jared sprung to his feet, shouting down the tunnel.
"Screw you, Ben. When I see you, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you."
Then we heard it. A low, chuckling laugh. The sound echoing, but from a completely different tunnel. Luke and Jared exchanged glances, the bravado draining from their faces. It was like the air had thickened, and now they felt it too. Something was off. A chill crept over all of us, settling in our bones as Ben's laughter faded into the shadows. We huddled together, whispering hurriedly about what to do. The idea of leaving came up quick, but Luke shut it down fast. "We can't just leave Ben down here, guys," he insisted, voice firm but edged with unease. Jared shook his head, glancing toward the distant exit.
"I'm going. I'll call the cops and tell them our friend's missing. I'll come back with a search party."
It wasn't a bad idea, honestly. Part of me felt relief at the thought of professionals with equipment and experience. But Luke wouldn't budge, his jaw set, determination in his eyes. He wanted to keep looking, convinced that Ben was close, just around the next corner. Jared didn't wait for more argument. With a last look back, he took off down the path toward the exit, his flashlight bouncing along the walls until he was out of sight. Luke and I stood there in silence, the weight of the decision hanging heavy between us. Eventually, we decided to search a little longer. Just a little longer, we told ourselves. After Jared disappeared from sight, Luke and I ventured down the same tunnel Ben had vanished into. We called out, voices barely steady, and after a moment, Ben's voice drifted back, faint and distorted, like he was caught in a slow echo. The sound seeped out of a dark, narrow crevice ahead, just wide enough for us to squeeze through. We moved cautiously, each step slower than the last, feeling a prickling sensation on our necks, like unseen eyes were watching us from the shadows. The path bent sharply to the right, creating the illusion that it might loop back toward one of the other tunnels. Luke forced a chuckle. See? He's just messing with us. But as we rounded the corner, our lights caught something that made us stop dead. A jagged hole yawned open in the middle of the path, wide and deep, cutting off the tunnel. The space was too narrow to walk side by side, so I trailed behind Luke as he edged forward and aimed his flashlight down into the darkness below. Luke went silent, his light fixed on something I couldn't see. I waited, the quiet pressing in, until the tension grew unbearable. "What is it?" I whispered, trying to peer around him. When he turned to me, his face was drained of color, eyes wide, lips parted like he couldn't quite find the words. He swallowed, barely managing to get it out. "He's down there," Luke said, his voice trembling. My blood ran cold. What do you mean?" I stammered, heart pounding against my ribs. "He's down there, Sam," Luke whispered, voice cracking. "Dead." The words hit me like a punch. I stood there, numb with disbelief, until Luke grabbed my arm, his grip almost painful. "We have to get out of here," he said, voice tight with terror. Without another word, we turned and started back, moving fast but steady, our lights casting frantic beams along the rough stone walls. As we reached the tunnel that led back to the central cavern, another voice echoed through the darkness. "Guys!" Neither of us paused. We broke into a sprint, feet pounding against the ground, breaths ragged with panic. We didn't care where it was coming from. We just wanted out. In his haste, Luke stumbled over a jagged rock and fell hard, his flashlight skidding across the ground before shattering into pieces. I stopped, reaching down to pull him up, my light sweeping the walls as I moved. And that's when I saw it. A figure, pale and naked, crouched at the far end of the tunnel, watching us with hollow, empty eyes. It looked almost human, but something was horribly wrong. "Oh my God," I muttered, my voice barely a whisper, trembling as I stared at the figure. Luke turned, catching sight of it, his face twisting in terror. He grabbed my arm, jolting me out of my daze. "Come on, Sam," he urged, pulling me forward. We didn't look back, rushing through the darkness, desperate to put as much distance as possible between us and whatever that thing was. Every shadow felt like it was closing in on us, every echo stretching our nerves tighter. As we reached the main tunnel that led out of the cave, we saw a figure lying on the ground ahead. Jared. He was sprawled face down, motionless, his flashlight lying a few feet away, casting an eerie glow on the stone. "Oh, God!" I breathed, heart racing as we knelt beside him. He must have tripped, maybe knocked himself out on his rush to get out. But when we turned him over, the breath left my lungs. He was unrecognizable, crushed and bloody, as if something had beaten him down over and over The horror of it froze us in place, and I could barely think, only feel the cold grip of fear sinking deeper into my bones. That's when we heard it. A voice drifting from the shadows. But this time, it wasn't Ben's. It was Jared's.
"Come on, guys. This way."
The voice called, soft and taunting. I swung my flashlight toward the sound, heart hammering, and there it was, standing just beyond the light's reach. Pale, humanoid, but wrong in every way. Its skin was chalky, almost luminescent under the beam, and its eyes, solid black, empty and endless. The thing stared at us for a moment, then turned, its movements jerky and unnatural, and ran down the tunnel, laughing in Jared's voice, a sick, twisted echo of the friend we'd known. "What the hell?" Luke whispered, voice barely audible over my own pounding heart. He grabbed my arm, his grip trembling. "We have to get out of here, man." I didn't need any convincing. We bolted, feet slamming against the stone, the darkness stretching ahead of us like a maw, ready to swallow us whole. As we ran, the creature's footsteps echoed close behind, its pace relentless. My heart pounded, my breaths coming in ragged gasps as we pushed forward. Suddenly, Luke stumbled and fell, hitting the ground hard. I skidded to a stop, spinning around. And that's when I saw it. The creature had caught up to him, gripping his leg and starting to drag him back into the shadows. Luke clawed at the ground, his face contorted in terror. Without thinking, I shone my flashlight directly on it. And as the beam hit, the creature shrank back, raising its long, bony arms to shield its huge black eyes. It couldn't stand the light. That much was clear. I stepped toward Luke, light fixed on the creature as it hissed and retreated, slipping back into the pitch-black depths of the cave. We backed away slowly, both of us trembling, the silence around us settling like a heavy weight. We kept moving, trying to keep our steps steady, though every nerve in our body screamed to run. Luke fumbled in his bag, pulling out his spare flashlight. And now, with both beams cutting through the shadows, we scanned every crevice, every dark corner around us. The creature was silent now, but its presence clung to us, a feeling so thick it was hard to breathe. We both knew it was still near, lurking just out of sight, watching and waiting. Minutes stretched on, each one more suffocating than the last. But then, just as panic threatened to take over, we saw it. The cave entrance. A sliver of remaining daylight spilling in, piercing through the darkness like a lifeline. It was so close, a beacon of hope after the nightmare that had nearly swallowed us whole. We made it. Or at least, we thought we did. Step by step, we edged closer to the exit. The sunlight was drawing us in, so close I could almost feel its warmth. Just as we reached the final step, the creature dropped down from above, a blur of pale skin and black eyes, crashing into Luke and sending him sprawling to the ground. I whipped around, frantically aiming my light. But it was too late. In an instant, the creature pinned him down, smashing his head against the stone with brutal force. Paralyzed for a split second, my mind screamed at me to act, to do something. But instinct took over. I turned and ran, abandoning Luke's final, muffled cries, leaving my friend behind. Tears streamed down my face, blurring my vision as I pushed myself forward, barely seeing the light ahead. When I finally burst out of the cave into the fading daylight, I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, chest heaving, and the weight of loss crashing over me. The tears came hard, unstoppable, as I lay there, shattered, knowing I was the only one who made it out. As I forced myself to stand, steadying my breath, I heard it. Luke's voice, faint and choked with fear, calling out from the depths of the cave. "Sam, please, help me." I froze, every instinct screaming at me to ignore it, to remember what I'd seen, to remember that Luke was gone. But hearing his voice, broken and desperate, twisted my insides. The guilt clawed at me, sharper than any fear. I had left him. I had abandoned him. The pleading continued, soft but relentless, each word pulling at the frayed edges of my sanity. Some part of me wanted to turn back, to run into the dark, convinced he was waiting, that I could still save him. But another part, a colder, darker part, knew the truth. It wasn't Luke. It was the creature, mimicking his voice, sinking its claws into the last threads of hope I had left. And yet, what if, somehow, it really was him? The thought tore at me, leaving me stranded there, helpless and shattered, unable to move forward or look back. Finally, I forced myself to turn away from the cave, each step heavier than the last. I had to leave. I had to get out and tell someone what had happened, no matter how impossible it all seemed. But as I reached the edge of the forest, the realization settled in. I couldn't tell them the truth. They'd never believe me. No one would. I could already picture the looks of doubt, the whispers, the judgment. So I rehearsed the lie as I stumbled into town, every word twisting in my throat. I told them we were stalked by someone in the cave, that he'd ambushed us, attacked Jared and Luke. I described a faceless killer lurking in the dark, hunting us down one by one. It was easier that way. Easier than trying to explain the unexplainable. They listened, and they wrote it all down. But even as I spoke, a chill ran through me. In the back of my mind, Luke's voice still echoed, pleading, calling me back into the dark. The cops didn't let it go. They pressed me for hours, asking the same questions over and over, watching my every reaction. Soon enough, they began talking to my friends and family, probing into my relationship within the group. I could see it in their eyes. They suspected me. I was the last one out, the only one who'd made it back. And my story didn't add up. They searched the cave for days, combing through every passage, every cavern, Eventually, they found Ben's body, crumpled at the bottom of that pit, limbs twisted at unnatural angles. But Luke and Jared, they were gone. Their remains were never recovered. And now, when I close my eyes, I still see the darkness of that cave, hear the echo of their voices, distant and pleading. No one believes me. And maybe, after all this, I'm not sure I even believe myself. The only thing that I know for certain is that I'll never step foot in another cave for as long as I live. The thought alone makes my skin crawl, my heart race. The darkness isn't just unsettling to me now. It's a living, breathing terror, wrapping itself around every corner, every shadow. I'm afraid of the dark in ways I never imagined. Paranoia gnawing at me every time I turn off a light. Even here, in my own home, I can feel it. The creature's gaze, lurking just beyond the glow of my lamp, hidden in the pockets of darkness, patient and unyielding. It's waiting for me. I can feel it, lurking, watching, waiting for that one moment when I'm left alone in the dark. And I know, deep down, that it won't stop until it pulls me back into the shadows, just like it did with them. If you met me on the street and asked me what my job was, I would tell you that I work from home, consulting for an industrial laundry company. That is, after all, the cover story I have been provided with. The reality, my job is even simpler. Every Friday night, I dress up nice, report to a certain theatre downtown, have a seat, and watch a performance. That's it. All it takes is a couple of hours out of my week, and I end up making 6 figures a year, with every benefit you could possibly ask for. I know. It sounds too good to be true. Pretty much anybody on the planet would kill to have a job like mine. At least, perhaps, until they find out just what kind of performances I'm made to attend. Before I start though, I need you to keep in mind that I'm a good person. I donate thousands to the Rainforest Fund out of every paycheck, and me and my kids volunteer at the food bank weekly. I'm a devout believer, and I'm going to heaven when I die. After all, I, myself, have never hurt anybody, never raised a hand to injure any living soul. How could you possibly call me a sinner, when all I ever do is watch? It started about 3 years ago. When their job offer found me, I was at my most desperate. All I was told was every Friday night, I would attend a performance at my city's fanciest theatre. That was it. I was baffled at first. What the hell do I know about theatre, or ballet, or orchestras? Had they gotten me mixed up with some big-shot critic? During our talk on the phone, however, they politely reassured me that no critical ability would be required. All we ask, they said, is for you to be there to bear witness. Everything about it screamed scam, but I figured, what the hell? Worst case scenario, I listened to a pitch for some MLM or timeshare, politely decline, and then walk out with some pocket money. I was baffled when I pulled up to the theatre. Dozens, maybe even hundreds of people were streaming in, all in nice suits and gorgeous gowns. I'd thrown on the fanciest clothes I could afford, yet I still felt severely underdressed. The theatre was totally rented out by my employer, and only my fellow co-workers were allowed in. How much could it have cost to hire such a massive crowd just to attend this one performance? Who could possibly bankroll something like this? I tried to empty my mind and simply merge into that human tidal wave flowing through the doors. Every staff member was dressed in a refined all-black suit, with black tie and undershirt, to the point they seemed to darken the air around them. Each wore a white comedy mask, the neoprene stretched into a grin of perpetual laughter, which struck me as almost mocking. They demanded that we hand over all electronic devices, even patting us down and running a metal detector over us. Then they reminded all attending not to leave their seats under any circumstances during the performance, recommending we take bathroom breaks before the show started, and to remain quiet and keep our eyes open. They kept repeating the same mantra. No distractions, no diversions, no lapses in concentration. Remember, you are here to bear witness. If I'd been alone, I would have left right then and there. There was a tickling in the back of my brain, some primate part of me screaming that there was something terribly wrong here. But mob mentality is a hell of a thing. Everybody else seemed calm, nonplussed, handed their phones over without a fuss. There were a few holdouts, probably other newbies like me. But eventually, they too relented. If everyone else is going along with it, I figured, why shouldn't I? Who wants to be the one single paranoid bastard who missed out on an easy paycheck? Stepping into a gorgeous theatre like something out of 3 centuries ago, I was most struck by the make of the stage. It looked like the back action of a piano, strange levers and mahogany hammers looking like fingers manipulating countless lines of piano wire, some over a dozen feet long. All the taut wires stretched in bizarre formations across the stage reminded me, somehow, of a spider's web. I could not fathom a machine so complex, yet with such little apparent purpose. The nature of the performance always varies. Sometimes it's a work of Shakespeare, a ballet, an opera, hell, even a puppet show. That day, it was a concert featuring a small chamber orchestra of around 35. Students, it looked like, young and inexperienced, with a nervous air about them as if this was their first time performing before such a crowd. Mostly a string section, plus one of each woodwind, and just a couple each on horns and percussion. The conductor was one of the staff members in the comedy masks. I was baffled. Who would put this much cash just for a small, green orchestra to play in such a massive, prestigious venue? One of them must be a billionaire's kid, I figured. It was the only explanation. This, I've since realized, is always the best part. The beginning of the performance, when you can, if you try, lose yourself in the display and pretend everything is okay, that it's all normal. It was best on those lucky days when the performers on stage were completely unaware of just what sort of danger they were in. That always makes it easier for everybody. On that first day, I was as oblivious as they were, and simply enjoyed the music. Maybe some snob of the orchestral arts would hear their amateurish mistakes, but to my untrained ear, they sounded just fine. Pleasant, even. But one question began to worm its way into my head. A small nagging at first, which crescendoed into a hammering on the inside of my skull. How much time has passed? At a certain point, I suspected the intermission was long overdue. But there were no windows, and I had to part with my electronic wristwatch at the door. So really, getting any sense of time was impossible. I dismissed it as my lousy attention span at first. But eventually, others began taking notice. No one dared speak, but among the fellow newbies, I noticed furrowed brows and sideways glances, confused and concerned. The performers seemed to be getting restless as well, whispering and gesturing to each other and the conductor, who never ceased those robotic sweeping motions of his gloved hands. It must have been 2 hours by then, if I had to guess, and they were starting to look exhausted, dehydrated. Some even looked as if they were about to quit playing.
Continue performing.
In a moment, all of the piano wire loudly reverberated and stretched taut with the movements of those mechanical contraptions on stage. As the whole thing bristled and tensed, as though it were a living thing. And that voice, cracking like thunder, seemed to emerge from the stage itself with a mechanical roar, like the grinding of metal on metal. That seemed to frighten them into submission for a while. It wasn't until a half hour later that my life changed irreparably. They'd been playing a quiet sonata, so everybody could hear the sudden noise, accompanied by a pained yelp. My eyes leapt to one of the violinists. One of her strings had broken, and happened to snap her right in the eye. I could see the streak of scarlet bifurcate her pupil, before the emerging blood replaced the entire eye with a thick redness. She stood, clutching a hand over her eye, and blindly grasping with the other, gesturing for medical help. And as she did so, that strange lattice of levers and hammers and pulleys all roared and cracked to life, like a bear trap being sprung. The machine's efficacy was just as sudden, just as brutal. Those clockwork edifices moved like a pair of robotic arms, aiming a wire for her neck, as if trying to garrote her. But they moved at such a speed that the wire seemed to pass through her, like she wasn't even there. For a moment, she seemed fine, unaffected, as if nothing had happened at all. And then, things began to fall off of her. Her head, severed at the neck, alongside the hand she'd been holding over her eye, and the very fingertips of her other hand which she'd been grasping a little too high. All had been cut cleanly, with surgical precision. Time seemed to slow as they all went clattering wetly to the floor, and the girl's body soon followed, as if it took a few seconds for gravity to set in. Or, perhaps, for her body to realize she was dead. It happened so fast, It was hard to be properly horrified. It was more like awe, maybe. Everybody stared at the chunks of meat that had once been a promising young woman with hopes and dreams. That spider web of wires was still rumbling and shaking all around them, and the mechanical voice roared once more.
Continue performing.
They were given no further warnings. A few of them jumped from their seats out of sheer instinct, not even thinking. None of them made it more than a step before the wires divided them in twain. The rest just kept playing exactly as they had been, as if their brain froze up at what they'd witnessed and simply ran on autopilot, until their faculties slowly returned to them and they realized that this instinct had saved their lives. Where once beauty filled the room, now the orchestra had been reduced to a discordant sound like a long, shuddering whine, like a mocking parody of music. They gripped their instruments with trembling, sweaty hands, playing just well enough to avoid stoking the ire of those quivering wires stretched taut all around them. They realized, gradually, that they were allowed to speak. Immediately they began wailing hard enough, almost to mercifully drown out that dismal cacophony that was once music. Some begging and pleading with the staff, others screaming out threats, be they legal or physical. Nothing they said could shake the masked men and women in the slightest. They stood at order like statues, unflinching. Realizing this, they turned their attention to us. A wall of red, weepy eyes scanning the crowd for any hint of mercy, begging us to band together against the staff, calling us all sick bastards for just sitting there and watching them die. A blonde woman on violin had the most genius and cruel strategy of all. She merely began telling us about herself. Everything she could think of, poured out in between sniffles and tears. My name is Vera Hayes. That's my husband, over there. She gestured to a dark-haired man on drums. He'd been the quietest of them all, seeming to be saving his strength. We have a little girl. She's 8 years old, and she loves her mama and papa. Her name is Lucy. She loves horses. And I was saving to maybe give her riding lessons one day. I desperately wanted to cover my ears, but I knew it would be against the rules. Why can't she just shut the hell up? I thought bitterly, grinding my teeth. I truly hated her. Hated her more than I'd ever hated anyone before. But why? Some dim remnant of my reason asked. She's a victim here. She's done you no wrong. But I realized I hated her because she kept reminding me she was human. Reminding me of what I was doing to her. What we were all doing to her. Sitting here in complicity. And it almost worked too. I almost resolved to save her. But then came the boom of a gunshot behind me. The shot had come from one of the tragedians standing amid the upper gallery, I was certain. I almost made the mistake of looking back. Instead, I kept my eyes locked forward, and merely imagined who it was that just had their brains splattered across their seat. Had they snuck a phone in and tried calling 911? Had they tried making a break for it? Or maybe they just couldn't take it anymore, and made the fatal decision to look away from the horror. I tried to distract myself by studying the impossible mechanism animating the blood-soaked piano wire. I couldn't figure it out. It was an impossible machine, existing in defiance of all basic laws of geometry, and seemed to have no means of controlling it, instead operating automatically with some malign intelligence. Perhaps it was an extension of whatever creature composed the stage itself. It was a living thing. Of that much I was certain. It breathed beneath the performers, and their blood soaked into its floorboards in moments, as if consumed. After some hours, the orchestra had gone quiet, having screamed themselves hoarse. I couldn't imagine being in their shoes. Even just watching them perform was a test of endurance. Many of them were oozing blood all over their instruments, from scarlet cuts where their skin had split. The woman on the French horn was struggling hardest of all, her lungs and hands burning with exhaustion. "I can't," she eventually cried out in a hoarse little wheeze, horn slamming to the floor as her body gave out. "I'm so sorry. I can't do any—" A wire passed through flesh in an instant, and suddenly she had no mouth to speak, no eyes to see, no mind to think with. All of it lay splattered upon the stage, which sated itself upon that spilled vitae. Another gunshot. I quivered in my seat, sweat beading on my forehead from the terror. Somebody in the audience had looked away, and I realized I had just been about to do the same thing, had the sudden sound not knocked me out of my stupor. Most of the performers went in similar ways over the next few hours, either making mistakes or their bodies giving out. As monstrous as it may sound, I was quietly praying for them to get it over with. They were dead the moment they walked out on stage. Why drag it out for all these hours? Just for the inevitable to happen anyway. I recognize now that it's almost impossible to make that choice, to simply give in and accept death in defiance of all our natural instincts. But the auditorium now reeked from audience members voiding their bowels, and the damn woman next to me just wouldn't stop crying. Wouldn't stop at all. Vera and her husband lasted the longest of all, perhaps because they had each other. Over a dozen hours had passed, maybe even 2, and they were still playing a little duet in perfect sync, despite everything. By now, they were simply talking to each other as if nothing was wrong, as if we weren't even watching.
"Baby, when we get out of here, I'm gonna take you to Martha's Vineyard. I know I've been saying that for so long, but God, I wasted so much money on that stupid fucking motorcycle,"
he said.
"Lucy's going to love it."
Vera chuckled. I don't know. It might be boring for a little girl. Isn't it all a bunch of old people up there? He laughed weakly.
"Oh, maybe in town. But you know her. Once you get her in the water, you can't get her back out. She's a natural-born swimmer, I swear. Think we'll see her in the Olympics someday."
It was surreal to watch, like I was peeking in on a private conversation a couple was having in their own home. But I could tell both of them were trying to maintain some illusion of normalcy, anything to keep themselves psychologically intact as the hours passed. Even as they tried to smile and laugh, there was a quiver in their tone, a desperation, a fear of what might happen if there was a single break in the conversation. A lot of what they said was too personal to relay here. They went into old regrets, past mistakes, resolved every argument they ever had in all their years together. It was like they wanted to make sure they said everything they had to say before the end came. I think I owe them, at least, their privacy. But the husband was slowly deteriorating. He'd moved too quick, caught the symbol with his hand, leaving a wide gash along his palm that was gushing blood at a terrifying rate. Now he was getting woozier and woozier, swaying dizzily, his eyes unfocusing, his speech becoming slurred, and his playing sloppy. Vera desperately tried to keep him focused. "Talk to me, baby. Think of the beach. Lucy's going to love the seashells. She'll pick her favorite and put it on that little stand in her room, with all her little trophies." She rambled on and on, but by the end, all he could manage was half-hearted grunts of affirmation. He was leaning in his seat, and then his drumstick went flying right out of his hand, sending a cloud of pink mist through the air along its path. And yet he kept going through the motions of playing, as if he didn't even notice. Then a sudden clarity formed in his eyes, and he stared at his empty hand in disbelief. And then the piano wire was tensing and strumming all around him. And then, in an instant, he was up from his seat and racing towards us. He knew it was over. He just wanted to strike out at the world if he could. One last act of defiance. He locked eyes with me, and I'll never forget the look on his face.
"Why are you watching this? You sick bastards! You sick, twisted..."
He threw his remaining drumstick, and the trajectory would have delivered it right to me, but the piano wires lacerated it mid-air, slicing into it from 100 different directions until it disappeared into a cloud of sawdust. And then they did the same to him. Vera didn't scream or sob. She just tensed and let out the tiniest little gasp, like when you're at the doctor's and know that the shot is inevitable, but it still stings anyway. And then she was all alone. She looked at us like she wanted to speak, wanted to say something, to express what was happening inside her. But what was there left to say? She'd spent almost a full day screaming herself hoarse, with every combination of words she could think of. None of it helped. None of it meant anything. Instead, she expressed herself through music. She began to play the most mournful, sobering solo I had ever heard. One I knew she was making up as she went along. One which she communicated those parts of herself that words could not encompass. She stared us all down, eyes red and bloodshot, making eye contact individually, as if to remind us that we were not a shapeless mass, that we were all individually responsible. I only barely remember the sound of it now, as if I'd heard it in a dream. And yet even now, the memory tears at my heart. She performed for what felt like an eternity, and then, in the end, she slowly, calmly set down her violin, stood up, and took a bow. And then she was unmade. Everyone stood up around me all of a sudden, and I was immediately caught up in it too, performing a standing ovation that dragged on and on. We screamed, shouted, cried, threw things, smashed our fists against seats, tore at our hair, laughed, and danced with each other. It was the ultimate catharsis after all that silence, after a full day of holding it all in. Never before had I ever felt so connected to a crowd of people on some deep, spiritual level. We marched out of the theatre, stumbling like a procession of ghouls with blank faces and tired eyes. The staff were as polite as ever, thanking us for attending the performance and hoping that we enjoyed the show. Some were dragging the bodies of shot audience members out of the theatre. As I finally emerged into the outside world, I was stunned to find it was still the same night I had entered. At least 20 hours had passed inside that theatre. I was sure of it. But for the outside world, only 2 hours had passed. Exactly the duration listed on their job offer. I've never been explicitly told not to reveal what I'd seen there. And now, I know why. Nobody believed me. Or worse, maybe they were covering it up. I swear to God, the police dispatcher laughed at me over the phone. I swore I'd never go back. I'd been part of something evil, something unfathomable, and it would haunt me forever. But the next year was one of constant depression, debt climbing as job opportunities declined at equal rates. I held out for about a year, but eventually I gave in. And to my horror, the next performance was easier, now that I knew what to expect. And then the next was easier still, and the next. The performance is always different, but the end result is always the same. I have to remind myself that I'm not culpable for what they're doing there. All I do is watch. We watch people die every day in the news and online. People suffering horrible fates, often in places our own countries helped to destabilize. How are my actions any different, really? We all have to accept that terrible things happen in this world, and all we can do about them is either look away or look the horror right in the eye. Is choosing to look away any more moral? Or is it only more cowardly? And besides, wouldn't it be worse for them if there wasn't an audience? If they had to die there in the dark, alone, no one seeing, no one caring, no one remembering? After all, someone has to bear witness. When I was a kid, I loved catching bugs. I'd catch them in jars, butterfly nets, and sometimes with my bare hands. I'd watch spiders spin webs between my fingers. I was never bothered by buzzing wasps or bees circling my lunch. I'd never been stung, and I never felt threatened. Maybe I was just a stupid kid, but I figured that live and let live was the only way to be. I was 8 years old when my family went on a trip, first to my aunt, then on to my grandmother. My aunt lived in this rural Minnesota town in the middle of nowhere. We were just staying for a couple of days before continuing east. When we got there, we'd been driving for 6 hours straight. I'd been car sick the entire time, and hadn't been able to eat or drink a thing. It was the hottest week of the summer, leaving me dehydrated and exhausted. And, of course, my parents were fighting about it. They were fighting from the moment they stepped out of the car. I tuned it out. I could tell from the sound of their voices it was going to be a long one.
The kid says he's fine, so he's fine,
my dad complained. I told you we should have stopped for a milkshake, Mum groaned. He's gonna be sick all night.
And you think putting dairy in him is gonna fix that? Come on.
So we're just going to let him suffer? Is that it? Is that your solution?
Yes, of course. Yes, I love making him suffer. That's the best thing. I love it so much.
It kept going back and forth. I picked up my backpack and unfolded a couple of Spider-Man comics that I had read at least 8 times over. I wandered off to get away from the car and the noise, watching my aunt coming out of the house to de-escalate. I plopped down on a rock in the backyard, letting my stomach settle. I'd always hated cars, and being stuck in one on a hot summer's day for 6 hours. It was torture. As the sounds of nature washed over me, I started to feel like a person again. A breeze in the wind, a faint flutter of birds. They sang different songs out there. Diving back into the adventures of Miles Morales, I heard the familiar buzz of an insect. Looking up, I saw something I'd never seen before. Now, this was a long time ago, but I'll never forget it. It looked like a wasp, but had a much more prominent antenna, and a bigger abdomen. And the color. It wasn't yellow. It was a bright red. It had landed on one of my aunt's blue garden sunflowers, making the colors clash. I'd never seen an insect like it before. Looking back at my parents' car, I knew I had a jar or two hidden away there for just such an occasion. I was going to catch it. Then again, I didn't want to risk losing sight of this thing. So I did what I'd always done when I saw something I wanted to catch. I used my hands. I approached, inch by inch, cupping my hands. The thing just sat there, head turned sideways to look at me. It didn't move, not even a twitch. I slowly closed my hands around it, plucking the top of the flower as I did. I stood up and walked back to the car, putting one careful foot in front of the other. Dad had gone inside to make a sandwich while my mum and aunt stayed by the car, now having a sort of second-hand argument. What kind of person refuses their child a bottle of water? Mum scoffed. What kind of person is that? I tried to get her attention, but she was in full rant mode. My aunt, ever the diplomat, tried to calm her down. To no avail, of course. Mum? I repeated. Can you get the jar from the trunk? It's a bottled water, she continued. It barely costs the price of the bottle. Is his time so valuable that it overpowers ours? That it consumes the time of those around him? Mum. Then, a burn. Ice pushing through my skin, digging into the vein of my arm, like my own pulse was working against me, to wound me. I dropped the flower, screeching like a wounded animal. All of a sudden, the fight was over. Dad ran out. Mum scooped me up in her arms. They brushed my hair, kissed my forehead, and assured me how everything was going to be okay as I bawled my eyes out. And the red wasp thing? It was just gone. According to my aunt, all I'd had in my hands was that flower. I got a bad reaction to it. I was sweating, and it felt like my ears had this filter to them, as if the world was hidden behind a glass bubble. I could hear my parents arguing again. My dad wanted to take me to the hospital, while my mum argued that calling an ambulance would be faster. Meanwhile, my aunt was getting me some of her allergy medication. Basic antihistamines. I must have collapsed. I woke up to an unknown man shining a flashlight in my eyes. A paramedic. He asked me to follow the light with my eyes. I did. But the moment I tried to move my head, I got this ache in my neck.
Looks like a bad reaction,
he said.
But he's all there. We could bring him in, but I think some rest and ice cream ought to do it.
You sure? My mum chimed in.
No sign of infection, just a bit of redness,
the man said as he turned my hand around.
It's your call, but yeah, he's gonna be fine.
Neither of my parents were convinced, but they couldn't decide on what to do, so they just went with his recommendation. My aunt tucked me in right there on the couch, putting on an X-Men movie for me to watch in the background. They spoiled me with ice cream, and did me the courtesy of keeping their arguments short and hushed. Later that night, the house was silent. Whatever had gone through me had passed, and I was left wide awake in a sleeping house. My aunt slept on a futon down the hall, while my parents stayed in her bedroom. I tried to work the remote to put the movie back on mute, but I couldn't get it to work. So, once again, I resorted to reading my comics. I counted the seconds, hearing the tick-tocking of a clock from the kitchen. There was some light coming in from a large window to my left. It wasn't a great view or anything, just flat farmland for as far as the eye could see. I settled in for a long and boring night, hoping I could fall back asleep sooner rather than later. But as I read, there was a dark splotch on the page, a shadow coming from the window. Looking up, I could see one of those red wasps outside the window. I got up and walked over to it. Even then, I didn't feel threatened by it. The pane of glass between us helped. I tapped at it with my finger, and it didn't move. I shifted my finger a little to the left and tapped again, and it followed. Tapping a little all over, it seemed to follow wherever my finger moved. I did a couple of zigzags just for fun, and made it do a little jig. I couldn't help but to smile. It looked funny. You didn't want to hurt me, huh? I whispered. Right? I could feel a warmth in my arm, a reminder of the sting, but also a sort of reassurance. The sting was as bad as it would get. A part of me felt that if it were to happen again, it wouldn't be nowhere as bad. You wouldn't, I concluded. You're a good guy. I spun my finger in a circle, and the red insect followed suit. What a funny little guy. We decided to stay an extra day, to give me some time to recover. Dad didn't mind. Any excuse to spend less time with his mother-in-law was a blessing. My mum and aunt spent some time at a nearby flea market, while Dad and I watched some scary movies that I promised not to tell Mum about. We'd just finished Jaws when Dad had to go make a call for work. As I wrapped a blanket around me, one of those red wasps crawled up my leg. At first I was a bit startled, but it just kinda sat there, antennae poking around like little feelers. Sorry, I whispered. I didn't see you there. It crawled across my leg and up my arm, ending up on my thumb, facing my index finger. It seemed to follow my finger as I wiggled it, like a cat staring down a toy. I played with it for a couple of minutes. As I did, I noticed a couple of shadows cast on the coffee table next to me. Looking up, I could see about a dozen more red insects on the window, every single one of them moving with the twitch of my index finger. You understand, don't you? I whispered under my breath. You get it. And while they couldn't speak, I knew I was right. As our time at my aunt's place came to an end, our trip resumed. My aunt was coming along, so I had to share the back seat. Dad was back behind the wheel, and my mum was the ever-loyal co-pilot, armed with an ever-present armada of suggestions. My aunt had brought this thick book of word search puzzles for us to play with. I was dreading it. I didn't want to get carsick again. I tried my best to prepare, but there was just no right way to do it. If I ate something, I would feel like a shaken soda bottle all day long. If I didn't, I'd feel like I had a knife rattling in my empty stomach. There was just no way to win. My mum always urged me to try some home remedy kind of thing, but it never worked. No yogurt, no chewing gum, no warm soup. Nothing worked. But that day, as we went on our way, I was fine. There was this warm, tranquil heat spreading throughout my body that it calmed me. No matter how much the car shook, or how powerful the glare of the sun stung my eyes, it's as if a shield had passed over me. I was fine. This was fine. I'd see the red wasps every now and then throughout the day. A couple of them on a fence at a rest stop, one of them resting by my foot in the car, a couple more scrawling across the sunroof. I rarely had to look for long before I'd spot one or two, and they didn't seem to bother anyone. Maybe I was the only one who noticed them. I'd play a little with them, making them follow my finger around, or fly in a circle, It's as if there was a sort of quiet understanding between us. And without the constant car sickness, I was in a better mood than usual. It seemed to spread to everyone in the car. Hell, even my parents stopped arguing, if only for a bit. I was leaning my head against the window, watching the sun slowly set. We weren't far away from our destination. We'd stopped for dinner at McDonald's earlier, so this was the home stretch. A single red wasp was stuck to the window, tapping its antenna to match the rhythm of my finger. I was trying to blink away a creeping tiredness, not really paying attention. As we slowed down to a four-way stop, something jolted me awake. A feeling asking me to take a closer look out the window. A car going down the left lane, about to pass a red light, crashing right into us. I called out to my dad, who stepped on the brakes. We managed to turn just as the car passed us at 75 miles per hour, inches from our bumper. Looking down at my feet, one of the red wasps curled around the tip of my shoe. They had done this. They'd helped me. They really were my little friends. We arrived at my grandmother's place, but for the next few days, I was busy exploring my strange and sudden friendship with my newfound companions. They seemed to have followed me. I'd see them swarming outside the window where I slept, or around my dirty clothes, or my shoes. Sometimes one would land on me and just hang out. I made a little game of having one of them zigzag between my fingers, like a coin trick. It was magical. I felt like a superhero. And if I just slowed down for a bit, I could almost hear them. Not with words, but intention. They'd point out interesting things. They'd warn me of danger. Hell, if I wanted to, I could direct them to attack. I could, but I wouldn't. But in my heart of hearts, by God, I knew I could. It would be so easy. And somehow, no one seemed to notice, almost as if they kept out of sight for everyone else. It all came to a point when I was out walking with my mum. She was a smoker, but my grandmother refused to allow smoking anywhere near her house, so Mum had to step away. She took this time to bring me along for a walk along the beach. It became a little ritual. As we passed by a patch of high grass, I got that feeling again. Not as a warning this time, but an invitation. Mum was busy with her cigarette, so I stepped away to look out over the grass. It didn't take me long to spot them. Dozens of little red dots coming my way. Within seconds, they were swarming me. It was a bit startling, but harmless. They danced around me, crawling across me in patterned lines, a harmonious buzzing resonating with the warmth spreading from my arm. I went deeper into the grass, feeling more and more of them congregate around me. They wanted me to go further, away from my mum and all the others. We could go have fun. They'd take care of me. They promised. And I believed them. There was a scream, somewhere off in the distance. Something covered my face. The gentle buzzing turned into a raging, chaotic noise storm. I was grabbed and dragged, and it sounded like my mum was getting stung. She was screaming for my dad. Her screams turned to wheezing coughs, and I didn't see a thing. I was lifted off the ground as I lost all control. More people screaming, fabric being waved around. I could feel the buzzing growing frustrated and panicked, trying to reach for me. Then, a door slammed. I was in a bathroom. I could hear my grandmother desperately caring for my mum just outside, as my aunt called the emergency services. I was stuck in the bathroom with my dad, who was brushing my arms and taking off my shirt. I didn't understand what was going on. He said something about getting ointment as he threw open the door and hurried into the kitchen. For a moment, it was just me. I looked in the mirror. At first, I didn't recognize myself. It didn't look like me. My skin had taken on a reddish tint. I had insect bites all over and swelling mounds all over my arms and neck. But looking down, it didn't hurt. I hadn't even noticed. It seemed that I was the only one who wasn't in a complete panic. They'd stung me. They'd been stinging me this whole time, and I hadn't felt a thing. Standing there, looking into the mirror, I could feel them. They wanted me to go back outside. They demanded it. They were so desperate for me to come back to them that they would do anything to make that happen. I started to realize just how bad things were about to get. They weren't going to stop. Never. My dad came back in with a blanket soaked in cold water, which he wrapped around me. He also had a kind of eucalyptus ointment that he smeared across my neck. My mum was groaning in the other room, clearly in pain. Before I had the chance to ask, my dad said,
"She's gonna be okay. We gotta focus on you."
I nodded. As I did, I could hear my aunt yelling. Before I realized what she was saying, my dad closed the bathroom door and tried to cover the cracks with towels. I could hear little buzzing taps against the door. I could feel how desperate they were, how angry they were. If I wasn't coming out, they'd hurt people. All these people. And then me. There was no way to explain or rationalize it. I tried to find words, but they were drowned out in panicked yelling. I tried to focus, but it felt like my head was crackling with impressions. I hadn't even noticed how my dad had poured me a bath. I got in without questioning it. I was sure he had his reasons. Looking back at it, I think it was a way for him to make sure I was safe from the wasps. But in that moment, I didn't know what to think. Besides, thinking had started to hurt.
"Stay here,"
he gasped.
"I'm gonna help your mum."
And with that, he was out the door. I was safe. For now. I leaned back, letting my ears dip below the surface of the water. Even then, I could hear my pulse and the buzzing of wings. As I closed my eyes and focused, that feeling in my bones became clearer. Finally, there were words. Come out. Come to us. Leave. Run. Be free. As clear as day. I'd feel thumps of pain across my body as I imagined myself as one of the wasps, slamming into the door. I'd feel their rage as they attacked, I'd feel my limbs being torn as they were swatted away. I'd twist and turn in my bath as I imagined myself being crushed, biting, stinging, raging against whatever I could to attack, to kill, to reach. Years later, my father would describe to me what he'd seen, from his point of view. He'd seen me having a seizure in the bath, trying to stab at him with an invisible knife, all the while repeating, "Out, out, out." What happened next is unclear to me. A lot of it was told to me afterwards by my parents, but in the moment, I was out of it. The ambulance couldn't get to us, so they had to drive me to the hospital. Dad rolled me up in a bathrobe, hurried out to the car, and got me in the back seat. My mum had been stung about a dozen times, but it wasn't life-threatening. Still, she needed to get checked out as well. That ride to the hospital could have gone either way. All I remember is blinking in and out of consciousness. The strangest little details, like the feel of the car seat texture rubbing against my legs, the smell of cigarettes on my mum's breath, my aunt's hairspray, and the color of my grandmother's painted nails. All of it mixed with sparks of something else. My head getting crushed against the windshield, the pain in my limbs as I tried to hang on to the side of the car. Things that obviously weren't happening, but in a way, they were. I was experiencing some other strange symptoms. I was sweating something that can best be described as a mild adhesive. My eyes were swelling, pressing against my skull. My tongue had turned a sudden white, and my veins were so discolored you could see the blood pump through them. I don't remember being admitted to the hospital. I don't remember being put onto a ventilator, or being given allergy shots. And still, just like that night at my aunt's house, I woke up somewhere in the middle of the night. I remember a terrible ache and an itch in my eyes. It was a dark room, where my mum and dad were huddled up in the corner. They were out cold, probably exhausted from the whole ordeal. But there was someone else in the room too. Not my aunt or my grandmother. The large thing. The other. It was standing by the door. The warmth I'd felt was almost gone, but what little I had left in me had a direct connection to it. A thread, connecting it to me. It looked like a person in a sort of coat, but I knew it wasn't. It was pretending. This was not human. In the brief glimpses of understanding that we shared, I saw fields of maggots raising an entire countryside, laying waste to corn, cotton, rye, wheat, everything and anything. Creatures growing in meat, like seeds in the soil. Lines of hundreds of people baking in the sun, ready to burst with ravenous life. Screams in the night, stopping suddenly, as a sickeningly sweet smell filled my senses. The thing came closer. It was asking me to accept it. It was a threat, a promise, an expression of adoration, all at once. We could be friends, best friends. It had been like me. Before I even knew what to think, it was all silent. What little warmth I'd had left in me was gone. 2 pale orbs reflected the blinking lights from the machine that kept me breathing, as unconsciousness took me away. A final thought. Sadness. It took me months to recover. I had strange allergic reactions to seemingly random things for weeks on end. One day it would be peanuts. The next it'd be peaches, or common soap. I'd get rashes. Parts of my hair would fall out. They'd have to extract these inch-long stingers from my arms and slather me with disinfectant. But over time, it all went away. I think the only thing that stuck around was an allergy that my mum contracted to tobacco smoke. Or maybe she just began associating smoking with the most stressful day of her life. Either way, she quit cold turkey. I've always admired that. My dad does too. Now, it's been over 2 decades since that summer. Looking back at it, it all seems like this distant other world. Something that happened to someone else. It has been hard to convince myself that it was actually real. But a couple of weeks ago, I was in an accident. A cable at work snapped, whipping straight across the workshop, smacking against a shelf. As it whipped back, it struck me across the left arm, leaving an inch-deep gash in my arm. And I swear to whatever gods may be, a little red wasp crawled out. The same first one that had stung me on that warm summer's day, over 20 years ago.